bitch, I don't wait for a brick. When I'm shooting my shot, I don't aim at the miss. We ain't siblings, boy, got no place in the mix. He got bangs and I open his face with a clip. We're playing, I'm clicking a square and he stop. And frankly, your dog could get hit with a chop. Like terror the way I'ma float off the rocks. He an orphan the way that he missing his pops. I'm off a gram right now, but I only rap good when I'm sober. I'm wearing Tula Fiora, no stupid Dior. Put the two to you whores and it's over. Purple venom got me feeling woozy, but I still hit the beat like a cobra. And I'm talking gas, none of that syrup. I ain't putting none of that shit in my soda.
If that boy facing with me, then he facing a mamba. I don't get pity, get hit by a monster. I might pull up to say hi to his mama and let him say bye to his father. Fucking with game, he got reason to hurt you. Hollow first might turn your homie to one food. Walk with a stick on my side like an no fool. Now he in the ground, we ain't finna unearth you. I'm a fiend and a villain. Slide your bitch and I let her catch feelings. Showed her some moves and she thought it was donuts. Now I got her asking for feeling. I'm causing carnage, don't toss it like venom. Pull up with the blades, put his ass in a blender. I got a chopper, that bitch finna This chopper gon' edit, destroy, let it rent.
Suppressor, that Glock making no noise.
We finna throw that boy out like an old toy.
Biscuit gon' poke in his stomach for dough, boy. Wake up in a box like old boy. Leave him with no voice like Beaster. Chopper gon' tear him apart like Lisa.
I'm giving poison to rappers like ether. He wanna slide, we gon' chop it like cleavers. But if you really wanna talk, I just burn this pizza. That shit got me mad as shit right now. Walk with a 6 King Kong, Rob Lucci.
Yo, money short like Uzi. Stand on my money, I'm taller than Fuji. Talking that shit, leave him red like a ruby. That motherfucker stupid, he think he the shit that is deuces.
Hollow point, knock out his brain, he a doofus.
He mix it up and he make it a problem. We slide on his block and we solve it like Rubik's.
Make the enemy beg for mercy.
Hi, Red.
We get him taxed, we charge him a fee. Got a whole lot of that and a whole lot of these. You be fucking on thoughts, now you got a disease. If you fucking with us, then you fucking with beast.
Facts.
If we bringin' shit that you don't want, you falling short like a dope punt. I hit up y'all, you like go nuts.
Heard that boy hating, and so what? He don't want smoke, he ain't puffing on no runs. Tweeting at me, but won't post up. I'm punching his gut, I'ma leave him with no lunch. Talking that shit, he gon' roast up. Now me and Red got the flames like a phoenix. You know that we rose up.
Bitch.
Yeah. Whoo! Weather melody. Guess home. Jogger with the hoodie on the back. Dress code. Sitting on the block. Looking for the next foe. Neck got water. Boy, I gotta test those. Red beam on him. Why would you flex though?
Red beam on him, here's something to flex for.
The song just started. Stop yelling. Shit. Heard he was an agent. Had that nigga let go. Over there where sunset. West Coast. IG on his fucking next post. ERIC cause he bled so. TKO he like where Secco. Bodman pulled they card like Seto. Tech was fall, devil dropping them all. Cooking levels and I'm passing them all. From running through them, I ain't passing the ball. Pavlov, how I handle your dog. Ring his bell, now he sit when I call. Persecutor perp, call me Saul. Motherfucker, I ain't changing at all. Changing ways for you, changing the guards. Change the page for you, paging with God. Fucking facade. That little plot you had to go against me? What? It ain't go right. Motherfuckers cross town trying to end me. Hey, did we get him? It ain't go right. To the sky where they say they gon' send me. I guess they was right. But it ain't go right. I got the bag and they fumble the heist. I got the bag and you stuck with a stipe and I'm touching them bills like the Buffalo Bison.
Bro, you a sucker. I fucked and you wiped it. Passed it to my cousin. She fuck with the Vikings.
Cool like Poseidon. We get it trying. Tried and true. One wave she can't stand.
Your bitch let the grip the stick like it's bam bam. I'm bored with it. She get real like a trans am.
Niggas practice my sound. They in band camp. Look at your body and work. You a tramp stamp. Wait, what? You slightly above ass. You saying Bo look slow trying to run mad.
You ain't gon' blow. Should've cool with your dumb ass. 3-0 lead. You ain't never gon' come back. Jump man logo on a tongue flat. Black cats wanna have a rubber band where your funds at.
James hard to keep a travel shooter, make a pussy nigga strike my hell. Puma, demon your vessel, the devil's Sakuna. Whipping you in shape, you gone Bermuda.
Don't worry about it, Matata Hakuna. Came for the mud, no time for the Pumbas. Profit is too much, guap in the pool up. Laps round, y'all go cop you some new stuff. Rocket is too tough, boxing them too like MK4. I ain't talking a Supra. I shell him up like he stomping a Cooper. Slime in his top like he boxing a Gudra. Juju Ito Uzumaki, the two spin spirals, his head like the top of a tuba.
Sloshing his noggin and plot like a loofah. Won't get backtracked, that little plot you had to go against me? What? It ain't go right. Motherfuckers cross town trying to end me. Hey, did we get him? It ain't go right. To the sky where they say they gon' send me. I guess they was right. But it ain't go right. I got
a sauce, I do. Man, wanna talk, get dry like Bruce. Sook in the chart, y'all duck like Goose. Gulag, y'all home, you forgot those rules. Who call my phone, I don't got no juice. Better watch out, Tony, you ain't got no room. They pray that I'm doing they verse. Knew if I murk it, they boost and they flourish. So hop on cue, it's community service. Yeah, you just a person. Hey, rumor, you was losing the verdict. I'm doing this chick, if it's just a location, I scoop it, I swerve. Who's doing me first? Try talking to the crew next to on a shirt. If I school them, they learn. Y'all move like mules in the sewers, they learn. Like Cooper Trooper, I'ma use them a bitch. Run a glitchin', bitch, I'm using a birth. Want my chicken quick and you was a bird. Fuck on Twitter, you a pigeon, a nerd. Breaking the news and I'm breaking the spirit, I knew it would hurt.
I know you a fan like you, your life was a movie, this should be a Tubi alert. I'm a damage, a tandy, your boo got a curve and she spit on the dick like she threw me a verse. On my graveyard shift, I be doing the dirty, you niggas, my sons like I'm hooping with nerds. Bro stay in Texas like token and hex, but he keep them foreign like Luca and Dirk. Lines released from the truth is a bird, and they flexing and loot with no proof of a purchase. Who do it first, all the moves that you learned, I'm a MOU in the first, but like human in person. I on the field, leave a crew on the turf, and I got it like gotcha, the unit from birth. My niggas move like he was doing the first, but don't get it confused, but just used to the work. Guess it ain't go right, I'm a savage, but it ain't no night. Just bring the bag in, I don't need no back end. If I'm coming back in, need the bank roll twice. Hit the tag in, cause the gang so nice. I mean, flashing in the chain strobe lights. Ain't no dapping if it ain't no strife. It ain't tatted, but it's gang so light.
That little plot you had to go against me? What? It ain't go right. Motherfuckers cross town trying to end me. Hey, did we get him? It ain't go right. To the sky where they say they gon' send me. I guess they was right. But it ain't go right. I got the bag and they fumbled the heist.
Good morning, Patriots, and welcome back to another episode of The Discourse. I am your host, the lovely Brandon Sutton, and today is Monday, August 17th? Yeah, that sounds right. Monday, August 17th. Sorry for coming in hot there, or I guess maybe even cold. I wasn't sure if I wanted to play another song and go wash my face, which I might still do. Not play the other song, but go wash my face, or just jump into it. But I already started a little bit later than I wanted to. Again, I want to validate you all constantly complaining about the time I start the show, which is, your freedom. It's like that Navy officer said about the suicidal ideation on the USS Lincoln. I get worried when you guys don't complain. That's all nervous laughter. I used to deny that it was nervous laughter, but now I realize that I should affirm that it's nervous laughter. I'm always nervous laughing. I just can't help myself. Honestly, I'm so anxious. I'm shivering like Andrew Wilson debating Candace Owens in her own home and paying $300,000 for the privilege. I'm just shivering, baby. Wop, wop, wop. Gosh, obliterated. Sorry if I seem overly focused on that. One of the reasons I'm late is because I spent the entire morning editing the first half of that. And honestly, I mean, it's peak slop. I know people are going to complain because I pause a lot and they don't really understand how to give yourself the best argument, even though it's not really related on how much stuff you add to it, right? Because some people might think that fair use would be related to the amount of content that you add to the content you're commenting on. It's not really, actually. It's about a lot of other factors. Some of them are ephemeral, but at the end of the day, I do think it's important to give myself the best argument that stuff is fair use in case PBD or Candace want to come after me for it, but I doubt that they would. I think that Candace probably wants that spread far and wide. But yeah, it's a lot of me talking too. But I think I make a lot of interesting, good points about why the whole thing is stupid and who cares and gosh, this guy sucks. At debating. At other stuff I can't say, but that was a terrible performance. I did see people online trying to run interference for it, and I also saw that post that someone mentioned where he said he ran his performance through an AI and the AI said he won. Gosh, I mean, right wingers are such fucking nerds now. They're such lib nerds, and even though they don't think that they are, but like he literally did I went to the doctor and got a note that said I'm not a loser, and he gave that to his bully. That's the essential like parallel to that. Oh yeah, how did Tim do? We can't watch that. That reminds me of the other thing I should bring up at the top of the show, even though it won't stop me from having to bring it up at other points in the show, because people will come in and go, has he watched Tim Pool on Jubilee yet? He did a 10, if you're going to compare his performance to a medal, 10 is probably the medal it would be most likely to be attributed to if you were going to like make a medal out of it. But to be fair, 10 is actually very useful. That being said, we can't watch it on stream because Jubilee is very, very, very harsh about taking down their content, at least when you live stream it. And this kind of does go back to the fair use thing when it comes to how much pausing is sometimes in stuff. That's not why I do it, because I feel the need to get my ideas out there, especially when what I'm hearing is not very good or interesting. I feel like I have to, jazz things up. But when it comes to Jubilee, they'll just take the stream down. And even if I'm correct and I could win a long, protracted back and forth with them legally over like what constitutes fair use, their ability to take the stream down, like as I'm streaming on YouTube, is just too much of it's just not worth the trouble, obviously. You can watch it on Twitch, right? And I don't know if you're a big enough streamer, or perhaps if you watch it in like 2 times speed, you could maybe get away with it because it's based on like the sounds as opposed to like always what's on the screen. That's a little bit too cute for me in terms of like what we have time for, especially since we spent the last, episode and a half listening to the world's dumbest debate. But suffice it to say, the parts that I've seen, he did not do very well. And I know I forgot whether Christopher Wray was Trump's CIA director or FBI director, but I don't think that was really the worst thing that he did. But it really is just a factor, like as it stands right now, it's really hard. It's FBI, I know that. I know now. I was just saying, but it's not really about that. It really is more about like Trump is actively going to go down in history as one of the worst presidents that we've ever had, objectively, from every metric that you could care about, other than being an outright bigot or needing to be a contrarian online for attention. And so unless you're arguing in spaces like CNN or whatever legacy media outlet that they'll bring Scott Jennings onto, unless you're arguing with people who are forced by nature of usually representing the Democratic Party line to use kid gloves against you, there really is like no argument that you can make that sounds reasonable to the majority of Americans for like why Donald Trump is a good president if somebody knows what they're talking about and willing to like press you on it. And there are very few things that you can prove rhetorically. Like I was saying when we were talking about the Charlie Kirk debate, you can't prove a lot of things rhetorically. But when it comes to like the Donald Trump thing, it's basically not so much even just the rhetorical proof. People know now. There's only a really thin slice of the population that is still riding for Donald Trump, like the way that you need to be to believe that he's doing well, because he's impacted so many different people across so many different like parts of their lives, right? No one has been left. If you'll forgive me for the gross turn of phrase, no one has been left untouched by the president in this way. Bad touched by the president in this way. Because, some people, would like it. And those people are a sliver of society. And so, those people, doesn't matter what you tell to them. Like, Mike Lindell, for example, doesn't matter what you tell to them. They're going to champion the president. Maybe some of those people are there because they're stupid, because they've like totally supplanted their ego with him. Like, it doesn't matter. It only really works on platforms where like they will grant you that like the Democrats and Republicans are both legitimate parties, and Donald Trump, by nature of being the president of the Republican Party, the Republican Party president, I should say, as well. But you know what I mean? The head of the country and the head of that party at this point, he has to have an air of legitimacy that we can't touch in such a way that would undermine the entire project. And, when you're on Jubilee or any kind of debate that's not the case, it's just really hard to defend Donald Trump, or even from the standpoint that I think, Tim might want to, of like, well, I'm just saying that both sides kind of are bad. No. Even that makes you seem stupid. even that makes you seem like actually quite dumb at this point. And not even just because of the like, oh, both sides do violence or both sides are anti-Semitic. It's just Trump is so bad that it's undeniable. And I think he got like hit by a lot of that, like trying to both sides it, which is just not, it's not the sophisticated opinion anymore. There was a time, like, you know, Dave Rubin is a holdover of this too. There was a time where you could pretend like Donald Trump had some good ideas because of like X, Y, and Z reason. He's an outsider. He's like a businessman, like, but he's proven himself to be terrible. And so trying to do anything other than like admit that just makes you makes you seem stupid. Some people even come in to the stream sometimes. Like you'll see them in the chat, like, you know, trying to troll, talk about how much they love Donald Trump. It's like, bro, like that makes you seem dumb now. Like it's just the case. Like that makes you seem dumb. I don't live in Grumblefuck, Indiana. Like I don't live in like stupid scumfuck Alabama, or I'm not part of like TPUSA college campus. I don't run into anybody so dumb to like Donald Trump in my real life. Like it's just the reality of it. Like you know what I mean? Like I don't like makes you seem silly. Makes you seem silly in my opinion. Like it doesn't do anything to me. Like I don't live there, bro. Like I live in reality. Like you just can't defend him anymore and sound in any way reasonable. Like you can say, I mean, and we always talk about this. You can be a bigot if you want. You can openly be a bigot. Some people are openly bigots. It's just not an attractive media position except for like a very fringe thing. Like, and you can just say, I like him because he's like making brown people terrified. And, you know, even that point is kind of stupid because like he's in some ways giving in on that a lot of ways. He's lost to Iran. So even on the making brown people terrified front, he's not really hidden the way he used to, because like Iran has never been less terrified of America. Brown people around the world in some parts of the world have never been less terrified of America, and at least in the past 20, 30 years. But that being said, obviously he is terrifying domestic populations, brown, black, you know, yellow, purple, whatever colors people say. But I'm just saying, he's also not so great at that either. And so it just makes you seem silly, but that's my way of saying that I don't think he did very well from what I saw, but obviously they picked the hottest takes. I'm not going to watch the entire thing. I've heard people who have watched it. People have reached out to me and said, like, you have got to watch this. And those people obviously aren't Tim Pool fans. And so I don't think he possibly did well. But I said I would have been surprised if he was able to do well. I don't think that he was able to like capitalize on the very truth that like you get to pick the questions when you're the person getting gangbanged on that show, right? So like why not pick your strongest topics? Like if I went on Jubilee, my first point would be like, I can easily bench press 225 pounds. And then if anyone wanted to argue with me about that, it would just be like, you seem stupid. I'll do it right now. I'll do it. I'll do it right now, baby. But yeah, I mean, the only way we could watch it would be to only stream on like Twitch for the day, because they don't take you down on Twitch. Gosh, I'm so not looking forward to having to edit the second half of that debate. I said I'm going to do it. It really depends on how many people watch the first half that I've edited and how much they complain about it. Not to say that I can be like, not to say that I can be always swayed by your complaints or nagging, because I can't. But like, since I kind of already don't want to do it, if it doesn't do well, I won't see the value in doing it either. Plus, to be fair, the second stream is basically like all just that. And so I can justify to myself going like, well, if you really just want to hear it, like that entire second stream is basically just that, plus some updates about the weather. Brandon Sutton versus 100 April Elizabeths. I don't think I could beat her in any kind of real debate, because like, what would we really even talk about? Like what she's seen in her head? Like, would I just quiz her about things that have happened in like the past and ask her like what she sees there? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like most debates rely, like most actual like real debates, if you're not talking about like high school, like forget the word debate, like what it conjures up, because when it conjures up for me, it's like a high school level like argument that's really focused on like stupid like back and forth rhetorical tricks or whatever. I don't know what like debate club is like. I just know what I remember it from like in TV shows. But like a real argument, like just like trying to prove your point versus someone else's point, via like going back and forth with words, it's just very limited in what you can actually prove, especially when neither you or the other person can agree to like a coherent set of facts. And the people who are listening also are coming in from like a wide range of backgrounds who also don't have a coherent set of facts. It just can't do what people imagine it can do, like in mass amounts, but it can definitely be funny. Like for a debate to be constructive, like it has to actually be in many ways like quite constrained, and the people watching have to actually be quite educated on the topic. Every other version of it just kind of becomes like a no, I think this, no, I think this. Like, well, if it works like this, how come I think it works like this? Well, if it works like this, how come I think it should work like this? And it's like, okay, well, I mean, that's not very helpful. And a lot of people also just don't have like the same ideology, but they can't admit it because they're all Americans. I've talked about this before. This is not related to the Candace debate, but people don't have the same ideology. And so they just have vastly different things that they want for the world. And so debating them, especially if they can't really admit that, becomes like kind of a useless effort. Like a lot of people just call themselves like liberal or progressive or conservative, and then they don't really have any like coherent understanding of how like the world works or like what you actually need in order to accomplish certain things. Gosh, but I also didn't have time to prepare for the stream otherwise because I was doing a lot of editing, which you might say is, I don't know, uh, disrespectful of your time. But I actually did prepare for the stream in terms of topics to cover. I just didn't prepare in terms of like videos to pull. But that's okay. I know exactly what I want to do and where I want to go for this. Oh, yeah. I should also say, I know a lot of you are going to be happy because like Sunday service is back. Russell Brand and his wife are back with Sunday service. And this one is actually a live streamed episode. I'm actually glad that they're back too. It was definitely hit to my pocketbook when they left. Not to be rude. Definitely hit me right in the money bags. I was worried about them. I wasn't worried about them. Their editor quit life after watching the last episode. What was the last episode? The Pearl Farm one? Gosh. Yeah, that one was pretty hard. It's also important to understand that like logic, especially logic that is mostly reliant on very by the book, like philosophy, like jargon, is a poor substitute for empiricism. Like a lot of things, especially when you don't have a concrete understanding of the way the world actually works, a lot of things that you might logically believe to be true are just not true scientifically, and they've been proven factually to not be true. And it doesn't matter if like A follows from B follows from C, that they would be true when you like lay it out like logically, if we discover that that's just not the case. And that is just the truth about a lot of our world, that like it's just, especially when we talk about human behavior, it's not quite logical. And also a lot of parts of our natural world are, well, logical in the sense that like if you understand the science, they work as the science would dictate that they would. But a lot of people don't understand that science, and we're trying to work through it from like first principles, and that first principles being like what you kind of remember from a mismatch of your college or high school or middle school education, and then also things you kind of saw on TV shows like Fringe, is just not going to be the same as actually understanding the science of it. Because even when you talk about logically how science has evolved, like you go from Newtonian physics all the way to relativity, and there were a lot of revisions in the way. So it just is one of those things where a lot of people imagine that having a mastery of entry or intro level philosophical concepts makes you capable of having any argument about any topic. Like it's like a cheat code to learning everything, because then you can just make the best sounding structured arguments, and that like just kind of makes you win. But a lot of things just don't work like that. Similar with how our and I think this is definitely interlinked, how our pundit class works, where there's like a very, very real air of them believing that they are like the consummate autodidacts who can learn and analyze anything within a weekend. And then if you actually know things about those topics, as I'm sure you've experienced on this show, when I've talked about random things, although I like to qualify what I'm talking about, but you know what I mean? Like there is an air of this belief that they can learn and learn any topic to a sufficient level to explain it to you or even the layman, and they get fucking stuff wrong all the time in a way that is disqualifying if they don't actually try to incorporate that like lesson into their work in the future, or how they discuss their work in the past. And so there is this belief amongst people that there's a way to be like an expert, or at least sound like an expert in every single topic that you might need to be one in. Like, I can be an expert in vaccines and in nutrition and in fucking physics and in this, and not even just like a small part of those disciplines. Like, I can be an expert in the totality of all physics, as opposed to like the way expertise actually works, which is oftentimes very narrow. At least when you're talking about expanding expertise, like real mastery. Obviously, if you have like a PhD in a discipline like, physics or a subdiscipline of physics, you're going to have a really high level of understanding of most of the basic concepts, but that's a separate point. A separate point from people who think that like you can master like the Intro to Philosophy 101 Ethics and Law and Society textbook, and that kind of makes you the same thing as an expert on science or social sciences, because you should be always able to reason things out, which is just not, historically we've seen that that's not the case. Consulting is mostly bullshit. It depends on what you're consulting about. You guys consult me every day. Ashley Lucas, thank you for the resubscription via Prime. Some people in the chat were saying that Alex Jones is jumping on the Candace train when it comes to Charlie. We watched that. I have a video about that that I cut up. And it's definitely, I think, a pivot away from what he was trying to do before the whole Onion InfoWars thing finally collapsed like at his feet. Because for a while, you remember, he was touting all the party lines. Charlie was killed by Tyler Robinson. Epstein and Trump were never friends. Remember when he got those fake letters that he wrote himself from Elon and Trump that he forged their signatures on and then framed, that said or thanked him for like allowing him to molest them? I mean, it was really, really crazy stuff. We can go back and watch it. I really don't want to, but like that's what it was. And some of you in the chat will attest to that. That was the way he was acting before they made him leave his studio. And then the moment he was forced to leave his studio, it was like, well, now this information, it sounds all different to me. Like he immediately jumped ship to try to jump on the Tucker Carlson Candace line. But he's also like once burned, twice shy. So he is very afraid of having what happened to him happen, as he should be, right? Although I think he could handle it a little bit better this time. But he's very afraid of having what happened to him last time happen to him again. And so he just does not want to be like burned that way again. So he's probably trying to seem more reasonable, because what Candace is doing is really not what or I mean, it is in some ways what Alex Jones is doing. But as somebody who's not and she's also being sued by some of the TPUSA people. So don't be confused that there hasn't been any consequences yet. I forget which one of them is like suing her or something, but we heard that from her, I should say, that there is like a lawsuit involved with this now. But like, you got to understand, Alex Jones went after private citizens. Being the victim of a crime in a broad sense, I don't think makes you a public figure, especially when the crime is like one that involves children and you're their parent. He was found to be maliciously spreading lies about them, which is a high bar to clear. I'm not familiar with all of the, I'm not familiar with all of the information about his trial, but I should say trials. But I am actually familiar with all of like his text messages being sent to the Mark Bankston lawyer on the opposite side. And so he was found to be maliciously lying about what he was saying. And, we know Alex Jones is a performer. People would have used that excuse for him in the past. But now when it came to like him being responsible for Sandy Hook, he's just a performer. You can't take him seriously. The excuse that you can use online becomes actually like legally a point against against him, if you ask me, because like, well, if you're a performer and this is not something that you believe, then like you're just maliciously spreading lies. What he was found for? He refused to settle, and he lost that case. And so, ultimately, he was targeting private citizens. You might say stochastically, but he was targeting private citizens for like the fun and profit. Charlie Kirk is a public citizen. Obviously, was a public citizen. Erica Kirk, also public figure. These are all public figures. She's not really saying anything negative about any, like, her sources are always anonymous. You notice that? She's never really saying too many negative things that we have seen about individuals, right, who are private citizens. I know the ones that stick out are the boyfriend or girlfriend of Tyler Robinson, and the guy who Tyler Robinson, like the friend of the family who Tyler Robinson was convinced to turn himself in by. Like, I forget what that guy's name is. And then, obviously she speaks about Brigitte Macron, but she's already suing her, obviously. And there are maybe a few actors like Mitch Snow, but she's mostly defending those people. I think she is a little bit better about not actively like spreading like lies, or not being actively seen to spread lies about private citizens. The lies that she can be said to be spreading, either implicitly or explicitly, about the TPUSA people, I can't really speak to all of those because we don't watch all of those shows. Usually she just says things like, that's strange, and I wonder like what she knows. That's not really the same thing. I think you'd have a really hard time about that, but obviously some people have felt that she's crossed the line enough to sue at TPUSA. I don't know if it's an Andrew Colvett guy or the other one. You'll have to forgive me for not keeping up with the post-Charlie TPUSA channel, but she's probably also not stupid enough to have a bunch of like text messages to other people saying like, yeah, I can't wait to lie. I can't wait to go lie today. I can't wait to go lie. If she truly believes it, and like there is no reason that you would think that she is like going too far beyond what could be implied by the evidence available, then like you'd have a pretty hard time like actually, I think, getting her for like what they got what's his face for, what they got Alex Jones for. Now the Brigitte Macron stuff, yeah, no, I think that one is a little bit more like not in her favor, but she hasn't really crossed, I think, too many lines. And it's why the show is kind of annoying sometimes, because she dances around the issue a lot. It's like, do you think Erica killed her or not, Candace? And then when he asked her that question, and she said, I'm not going to get myself in legal trouble, right? So she knows what she can and can't say a little bit better than what Alex. But you got to understand, like, this is all happening in the context of Alex Jones, like, having that happen to them. Same with the Dominion case, too. Like, Fox News went hard on that. Like, Mike Lindell went hard on that particular issue. But I mean, she'll probably step over the line eventually. It's me, Molly, and this is your monthly reminder that you have been doing the stream for way longer than you thought. That is not my, well, really, it reminds me how fast the month goes by. But although I feel like a lot of you guys subscribe more than once a month. I see it happen way more frequently than a month, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it all the time. But that wasn't what I said. I said that I haven't been streaming full time for that long, because I really only started streaming full time basically at the end of last year. I definitely started streaming on Twitch for a pretty good amount of time ago, but I appreciate you being here from the beginning, Molly. I noticed you changed your username. It must be really easy to do that on Twitch. I've like literally never watched anything on Twitch. I got that double sub. Exactly. You guys are trying to make me feel like I'm aging in rapidly time, but I look great. Because I'm not eating all that like food pumped full of like screwworm hormones. Why is the screen black? Because I have no videos up. What do you want to start with, you think? Oh, let me start with showing you this fucked up shit out of Colombia. Did you see how the new right-wing president was pulling like a Donald Trump and just like handing out footballs? Obviously, I mean soccer footballs, not like hand footballs. But yeah, it makes sense to say hand football in that case. But you know what I mean? Handing out like soccer balls to the victims of the earthquake after everything that happened. It's like the craziest shit. Hold on. Let me pull this up. It really reminded me of when Trump was in Puerto Rico that time. And he has not spoken about the current drought in Puerto Rico, at least last time I checked. But it reminded me when Trump was in Puerto Rico that time and he was like throwing out toilet paper. But frankly, at least at least when Trump was throwing out that toilet paper, um, people could use that toilet paper. People could use the toilet paper. Like, what are you gonna do with a soccer ball? Like, I guess you can distract yourself. Where is it? It's like a short. It's not even really. It's not even really a whole video. Crazy stuff. Maybe I should start doing shorts. I never have the eye for it. I don't think I will. It's already enough editing all this other stuff. I should just look in my history, shouldn't I? That's a great idea, Brandon. Do that. No, I'm going to check my history. Mr. Reed SL, new viewer here. Good morning, chat. Good morning. Your house looks like a soccer field. Play ball. Yeah. You got to respect the commitment. Here we go. Outrage as Colombian president hands out footballs while residents await aid. Wow, you can't even be the party president.
Aquí tenemos crisis en salud, crisis en educación. Se cayeron 26 colegios, 26 colegios. El hospital está colapsado en salud. ¿Y cómo es posible que la gente reciba un hijo de balón con un logo que se gastaron más de 1.000 millones de pesos mientras los niños se están muriendo de hambre? Eso es mucho.
I literally can't see. Hold on, if I make this full screen for myself, I literally can't see what he's saying, but I'll read what he's saying after this. I gotta imagine that he's saying how much he loves soccer, and he's great. It's great that he has a president that really respects the game now. The beautiful game, is that what they call it?
Eso es mucha miserableza y eso es un descaro con nosotros.
The footballs appeared to bear the logo of President de las Brieras presidential campaign. So what was this guy saying? I'm going to read the captions. Colombia's president was seen handing out footballs in this earthquake-hit city. Where residents say they are still waiting urgent aid. Here we have a health crisis and education crisis. More than 26 schools collapsed. 26 schools. The hospital's health services have collapsed. How is it possible that people receive a fucking ball with a logo they spent more than 1 billion pesos on while children are dying of hunger? That is utter wretchedness. This guy's spitting. And that is an outrage against us. He's right as hell about that. In case you were wondering, apparently 1 billion pesos is about 330,000 USD. Certainly you could do something with that to help these people. Yeah, the football appear to bear the logo of President de las Brieras presidential campaign. Buenaventura has one of the highest poverty rates, and residents say delays to aid are part of a history of state neglect. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. But they were saying that he, I guess, wasn't accepting foreign aid unless it was coming through very specific channels. Only Israel could help. A lot of crazy stuff going on here. And that they were calling off the search, but then they're still finding people alive, which I really didn't understand, except for as like a, testament to his cruelness. Man, what a spit in their face. Imagine being hungry and this asshole throws a football at you. Yeah. He's like chucks one at you, hits you right in the fucking head. It's the plan of the so-called Shield of the Americas. Do you think we're using an earthquake machine to destabilize these regions? Honestly, if we are, he should probably activate that in Iran. I don't want to advocate for the use of like supervillain weapons since how Trump can be, but like certainly you definitely got to do something. You're gonna want to do something. Plus, there was that quake in Indonesia. We might as well jump over to that too, since we're talking about earthquakes and earthquake recovery. The death toll has risen to 53. It was at 40 when we talked about it yesterday, but yeah, let's just jump into this Al Jazeera video about it, and we can hear a little bit more about the recovery efforts.
On the island of Flores, emergency workers rushed to get aid to communities in need.
What do you mean don't give them ideas? They are desperate for ideas. They are desperate for ideas for how to, extricate themselves from the situation. I'm telling you, if they have an earthquake machine, that could definitely be an idea. Maybe that's how they got the pilot back.
After a powerful earthquake struck southeastern Indonesia on Saturday morning. Aid was also dispatched from the capital, tens of thousands of food packages for survivors.
Tents, food and other necessities are on the way. Tomorrow the tents and other supplies will arrive by cargo aircraft. We can replace these makeshift tents then.
Some say they're waiting for help to reach them.
We are camping under a tree. We need more tarpaulin sheets, drinking water, food and children's supplies.
In areas around East Nusa Tenggara province, medical staff treat the injured in tent hospitals.
I had just woken up. When the quake happened, my entire room started collapsing. I was trapped in my room. I covered my head, so my legs and my body were crushed.
Aftershocks continued on Sunday. The local government declared an emergency response period for 2 weeks to help coordinate resources with the central government, police and the military. The level of destruction varies in different parts of the island.
This hotel is normally bustling with tourists. Staff here said guests ran from their rooms when the building started to shake and evacuated to the car park. This building is just one of thousands damaged by the earthquake.
This school in Ruteng was also damaged. Many homes were destroyed. East Nusa Tenggara is one of the poorest parts of Indonesia. Almost 1 in 5 people live below the national poverty line. Jessica Washington, Al Jazeera, East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia.
Yeah, this is, even though it's not exacerbated by climate change that I know of, the same way that other natural disasters are, both what I said yesterday still applies, in the additional reality of it still overly burdening those who are already poor because they have less of an ability to rebuild their lives and rely on the aid from the government that is going to be split amongst this in the increased amount of natural disasters caused by climate change to be, essentially unable to rebuild, where richer people or people with more material means are able to rebuild a lot more effectively. Although, again, that just becomes a delaying of the inevitable. The biggest political purge in modern history happened in Indonesia against communists heavily backed by CIA and MI6. Always a great time to remind people to read the Jakarta Method and then listen to my interview with Vincent Bevins. I have got to get Vincent Bevins on the show. I got to read his new book. I've just been so bad about every goddamn thing. But you know what? We're trying. We're trying every day. This might be a weird question. Would you guys rather be stuck in a really big earthquake or a really big hurricane? No, sorry, tornado. Not hurricane. Well, I guess you could, but I think a tornado is a little bit worse. Like, would you rather be in a tornado or like an earthquake event? I think for me, an earthquake, because it's actually like a lot easier depending on where you are to survive an earthquake, because the ground isn't going to like open up and eat you like in an anime or like in La Brea, that NBC show. But I guess, R.I.P. Hayden Panettiere, since we're talking about NBC shows, but it's not going to eat you up. Where like a tornado, if the tornado is big enough, it's actually pretty hard to, like do anything about that. Unless you're like literally underground in like a bunker somewhere. I guess it depends on the area. Neither, bro, but earthquake ends pretty quick. That's true. Every earthquake I've been in has ended pretty quick. Where like every tornado warning I've been in is like for fucking ever. So at least you don't have all the anticipation of a tornado, right? Because like an earthquake just kind of happens and you're like, shit. An earthquake will kill 5,000 people, and this chat says tornado. I know, right? Like a lot of people just think that like it's just wind, bro. What's it gonna do? The earth is like heavy. Yeah, remember that lady who got like sucked out of her window by that tornado just in her home because of like the difference in air pressure? Like, I understand how shaking works. I feel like air pressure can do a lot of really fucked up things that you wouldn't imagine, right? That sound like magic. Going back to the conversation about like logic not being a suitable stand-in for empiricism. Like I feel like a lot of stuff like that a tornado could do to you, you wouldn't even think because like you don't even understand like how air pressure works. But if you talk to like a specialist in this, they'd be like, oh no, like you could just be sitting in your house and not even like hear anything and just get sucked out into the sky. And you're like, what the fuck? Like how like lightning is weird as hell. Where you're like, oh no, you don't need to see a storm cloud for there to get struck by lightning. You can get struck by lightning at any time. It's just rare. Also got to take into account modern constructions just topple over in a mild breeze. That is not exactly the case. The grenade won't kill you. The shrapnel before air pressure does. I think for me, I would rather be in the quake, but I think I would be traumatized by the quake more. You know what I mean? Where like in the moment, a really big earthquake, assuming that you're not really, really deeply impacted because of like being in a big building you can't get out of, would be scarier because like at the end of the day it just started shaking and the whole world moved. Like you understand what a storm is. Like I've been in earthquake. It's like a really surreal experience when they're big enough for you to meaningfully feel them. You're like, oh shit. It reminds you that the earth, Mother Earth, could shake you off her back at any moment. I like it. Makes me feel dangerous. You guys feel dangerous? Let's listen to something fucking crazy. What do you guys want to do? Oh yeah, let's just jump into like the Iran US the whole shit going on there. So you probably wouldn't know this because of all the things that have happened since, but in the MOU, the thing that no one seems to agree in American media says the things that it actually says. There was like a 60-day time frame that a lot of this stuff was supposed to be worked out within, and like a final deal was supposed to be hashed out for the opening of the strait, the end of the war, the nuclear deal, stuff, everything like that. Those 60 days are up. Like Trump surrendered at Versailles 60 days ago. And now the time frame that we were supposed to be having meaningful negotiations in is, well, I mean, it's been over for a while, obviously, but it's formally up. And we have no deal in sight, obviously. There's a deal in sight between Iran and Oman, but there is no way that Iran will open up the strait to the degree that America wants, even though they're apparently sneaking ships through without the United States agreeing to essentially the action items that were in the MOU, even though the time frame is up. Like those are the action items that the United States agreed to at the time, and they are still applying. However, we covered this a few days ago, so we won't like go back into this. But since there was some shaking up of the leadership of Iran, there are now more demands, as we talked about before, that Iran is throwing into like their belief that they should be afforded. Rather, they've added more demands to their list that the United States has to abide by in order for like essentially the next phase of whatever this thing is to happen. And so those demands now include, as I've heard through the news, the cessation of violence in Gaza as well as Lebanon, and of course Yemen, and also the lifting of sanctions. The lifting of sanctions from Yemen, because Yemen has also been under siege since basically 2015, and the JCPOA was signed by Saudi Arabia and being starved and blockaded and stuff like that. And so they're also calling for an end of sanctions to Yemen. So this whole situation has only emboldened Iran, obviously, to make larger demands, which was a foreseeable outcome of surrendering on all of their terms and then going back on that surrender, but not not actively being willing to engage in any of the activities you would need to be willing to engage in to actually wrest any more control from them. It really has been a masterclass in how to fuck yourself in war by Donald J. Trump. The art of the deal, baby. The art of the deal. And so why don't we just hear a little bit about that? I want to go to the new demands before we hit up the latest stage of it. Obviously, the MOU, expiring doesn't mean anything because we already surrendered and Iran just wants us to abide by that. But here we go. This is a professor from...
The Memorandum of Understanding between the United States and Iran is set to expire on Monday. The deal was signed in June. It called for an end to military action and a 60-day negotiation period. Those talks have so far failed to reach an agreement. Donald Trump has scaled back his threats of a military escalation, but Washington says it's increasing economic pressure on Iran through sanctions and a naval blockade of Iranian ports. Iran says that talks are ongoing with Oman over securing shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Its Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said on Saturday that Tehran has not resumed negotiations with the US. Mustafa Kosheshem is a professor at the University of Applied Science and Technology. He joins us once again live from Tehran. Professor, good to see you. The MOU then expires on Monday. Iran says there's been no progress on extending it. What happens if it simply lapses?
Hello, Adrian, and thanks for having me. Well, as a matter of fact, the ceasefire stopped actually and was rendered obsolete after the U.S. Didn't comply with the terms of the agreement or the MOU, especially the first 5 items or paragraphs, releasing Iranian assets and removing oil sanctions and withdrawal of Israel from southern Lebanon, and also removing the blockade. Ever since the sea blockade by the United States was placed back, this 60-day long deadline or period was obsolete. But now formally, just over the paper, it is said that the deadline has ended. I believe the two sides are preparing themselves for tough situation in the next few weeks or months. If you just take a look at the appointment of the Iranian Secretary of Supreme National Security Council, General Mohsen Rezai, as well as the appointment of new commanders, you will come up with the same idea. If you just check the tone of the Iranian foreign minister in phone talks with his German and French counterparts, you will come up with the same idea. On the opposite side, the United States, if you just check what the U.S. Treasury or Donald Trump himself are saying, just a couple of nights ago, probably, he said that when we are done with the Iran situation or file, Hormuz Strait will be a U.S. territory. That's a big, very big, pompous word. But this shows the tensions are being escalated.
All right. Iran, though, is still linking the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz to sanctions relief, frozen assets, and to a complete end to the war. Are those negotiating demands, if talks do, as you predict, get back on track, or are they fixed red lines?
No, they are red lines. And one more item has also been added as the new Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Major General Mohsen Rezai, said peace in Gaza also has been stressed by him, and that's another condition. I believe the United States is adamant to doing so.
Not to interrupt, I do like hearing it from people who are situated in Tehran, but someone in the chat said it bothers them when they say the memorandum of understanding is vague. I mean, it just isn't vague, and I know that you agree with this, but even if you grant them that it was vague in such a way that would grant the United States like what it wanted, it is still a failure of the United States negotiating to not get it written out in any way that I think could be reasonably interpreted that way. The United States is not even mentioned in Article 5 or whichever ones relate to the the Strait of Hormuz. It's Iran and Gulf partners. The United States is not a Gulf partner, and so if it turned out that that was the United States' understanding of what that memorandum said, and like that language was not included in any way, that's still a failure of negotiation. They're trying to make it seem as though the vagueness is a failure of both negotiators' side, but Iran, like they also said, benefits from this situation, like being, or at least they don't like to admit that, but Iran benefits more from the situation being dragged out. So like if Iran was able to inject a level of like, lack of clarity into the stuff in such a way that would lead to it just being like a waste of United States time, that's still them winning. So there's no really good interpretation of that. Even if you would concede that it's like vague, like that just benefits Iran anyway. So it wasn't vague though, obviously. It was essentially just the United States didn't want to follow through with it when they realized that Iran wouldn't play ball on giving them everything that they wanted for the promise of a few $100 billion that they were already going to get along with all those things. It was just like a trick that they were trying to play, and it just didn't work. And so they stopped even pretending like it was valuable to them. And now we're at the stage where they have to make more concessions because it was like the best deal on the table at the time. And now we're just going to get progressively worse deals until we give up, essentially.
Been stressed by him, and that's another condition. I believe the United States is adamant to doing so. I wouldn't be surprised, with this appointment that I just said about the new commanders and the new top SNSC secretary, the top position. This new combination is showing that Iran has reshuffled the strategy. If you just check the decree of the Iranian Supreme Leader to the new IRGC Commander General Vaidi, you can see that he's speaking of his demands from the new IRGC General, saying that he needs to elevate the combat operations for offensive operations. So this means that on the military side, Iran is preparing themselves. But on the political side, if there is to be some kind of negotiations or anything, I believe there will be more demands by Tehran right now. I wouldn't be surprised if Iran also mentions removal of sanctions against Yemen, stop the U.S. indemnity payment of war indemnity and reparations, and also a number of other items. I believe one other
Professor,
is denuclearization of Israel.
I want to get one more question in. Does Tehran believe...
That's crazy. That's crazy. But I believe them. I mean, this is like the way they float it into the media, but these are definitely going to be the next steps that the Iran government requests from the United States of America, because Trump has already surrendered. Denuclearization of Israel, so funny. They should absolutely request that. Yeah, Trump said yesterday he was going to make the Strait of Hormuz a United States territory. That's a far cry from what he was saying a few months ago, calling it the Strait of Iran.
I believe that time is working in its favor as Monday and the expiry of the memorandum approaches, or does that expiry materially increase the risk of another major military escalation?
Well, I believe Tehran has come up with this idea that anyway, Donald Trump is willing for another final round of war, full-fledged war. And if this happens, Iran has prepared itself to spread this war, its response to such kind of war. But from the viewpoint of time, well, time is pressuring both sides' economies. Iran has learned throughout the past 4 decades how to cope with economic pressures. But I believe Tehran thinks that the U.S. is under more increasing pressure because crude prices will go up as the winter season is getting close, and as the election in the U.S., the midterm election is nearing. So Tehran believes that the United States will be under much more pressure. On the other hand, I believe Tehran has worked out new military strategies, very well detailed planning to provide a maximum response to the United States. So in this way, Tehran, I believe, is trying to convince the United States that any kind of attack on Iran would be too costly to be waged, and the U.S. Tehran aims that the U.S. would go for real agreement and real talks.
Good to talk to you again, Professor.
Yeah, I mean, they have to start being realistic. We've been saying this about the United States for a while in this war. Like, the United States is no longer being realistic. I didn't mean to present the new demands as though they were guarantees, although I am quite sure that the next time we try to surrender, they will expand the demands that they make, because they're clearly gearing up for a more, radical offensive if we do move forward with the war. And I've said it before, Iran is not afraid of the United States doing a limited operation in its countries, because they know how terribly that would go for the United States, especially given the state of our bases in the region now. Although it does bear question, like, what forces do we even have in the region that would be capable of launching? I mean, well, certainly not an invasion. We don't have enough combat troops in the region to do an invasion, but we, I guess, have a few thousand of those paratroopers or whatever who could invade Harg Island or go into Isfahan to do a dust retrieval. That's not going to really work. So, I mean, until Trump moves even more people there for a full-fledged invasion, there's just not really a likelihood that they are going to do anything, because it would essentially just be sending lambs to the slaughter. The IDF the last time the Israeli government weighed in on it, I think it was Ben-Gvir saying that he's happy with the way the war is going, because the United States is embroiled in essentially a quagmire, or like a potential quagmire in Iran, and Israel hasn't had to do anything or even take a shot in a while. Let the IDF invade Harg. They'd never do that. They thought heavy sanctions on Russia would cripple them. Like, we just now live in a world where there are big economies outside the United States of America that you can trade with, and maybe your economy won't do perfectly. Like, no one would say the Russian economy is doing perfectly, but it still can trade with India. It can still trade with China, Iran, North Korea, and honestly, that's just enough now. There are enough people represented in that part of the world where if you can't sell to Americans, especially since, a lot of Americans are not really doing so well economically, it just doesn't make or break you. Obviously, of course, there are other parts of the world like Europe too, but it just simply does not make or break you to not be able to sell specifically to the United States of America. But of course, I think Americans didn't understand that, because there is still that kind of irrational belief that's rooted in American, like, consumerism being their version of freedom and their version of, like, supremacy, where Americans do think that their dollar is just literally worth more. Like, especially bigoted Americans. Like, a racist literally thinks their dollar should be worth more than the dollar of a black person, and they get mad every time they realize that that's not the case, that, like, a company doesn't care about the color of your skin, usually just the color of your money. That's not true. They definitely care if you're black. Then they don't put you in the commercial.
Within those 60 days, the period would be extended. Negotiations never began.
Yeah.
Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says Tehran makes its decisions based on national security, not under pressure.
What was set out in the memorandum, which is currently completely clear and inactive in terms of its implementation due to the gross violations by the United States, was that talks would be held over a 60-day period on two issues, namely the lifting of sanctions and the nuclear issue, and that if we did not reach an outcome within those 60 days, the period would be extended. Negotiations never began because the United States committed gross and widespread violations of the memorandum just a few weeks after it was signed on 18th of June. Therefore, the issue of a 60-day period is no longer relevant at all.
Tawhid Asadi joins us now live from Tehran. So the bottom line there, a message of resilience from the foreign ministry as this MOU expires?
Yes, indeed, a message of defiance, resilience, and resistance, very much akin to what we have been hearing from Iranian officials over the past few weeks, specifically following the escalation after the Memorandum of Understanding was signed, which was supposed to pave the way for the two sides to sit down to talk about other quote-unquote remaining issues, with the assumption that some of these issues have been already resolved, at least on paper. But the truth was that when it comes to practice, Iran did not see the obligations by the United States according to the Memorandum of Understanding being fulfilled, and they claim that according to the same reason they are not going to fulfill their commitments based on the Memorandum of Understanding. And we know that some of these issues, including the Strait of Hormuz, were supposed to be resolved, and that Memorandum of Understanding was supposed to, let's say, provide a ground for the two sides to talk about, according to Foreign Ministry's spokesperson, two important aspects. First, the nuclear dossier of the country, and then the removal of sanctions in that regard. But the spokesperson says right now there are no negotiations, and there has been no negotiations because of the lack of commitment by the United States. Meanwhile, he talked about other issues such as the talks with the Omani side, on which he said that the process has taken longer than expected due to several reasons. First, the complicated nature of the issue, and then second, the number of different other players, and the third factor he called malign involvement and role of some other parties, including the United States and Israel, which is making the process further complicated. All in all, right now we are aware that there are no talks between Washington and Tehran, but still we know that the result of the talks between Muscat and Tehran is going to add another layer of influence on any prospect of talks between Iran and the United States.
All right, and what about the sentiment there on the street, Tawhid, as this MOU passes? What do people feel like as the economic pressure drags on?
Well, indeed, it's a mixture of different sentiments across the streets as we speak to people inside Iran. We know that there is this frustration and uncertainty among people as the country stands before a dilemma in which there is a possibility for next rounds of escalation and confrontation, as we hear it from the country about the readiness for that. Also, there is sort of hope, however slim and slight, about the possibility of further diplomatic engagement. However, people are not that much hopeful because of the very fact that they saw the country in the middle of the talks not once, not twice, but thrice, when they faced unprecedented campaigns of airstrike in the middle of negotiation. And let's also keep in mind that we're dealing with an economically deteriorated situation marked by increasing prices, high inflation, and drastic devaluation of the local currency as a result of years of sanctions, indeed domestic mismanagement, and it goes without saying, the impact of war and post-war period, which are all putting huge amount of impact when it comes to daily expenditures.
All right, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much, Tawhid Asadi, our correspondent, joining us from Tehran.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a good point, too, because people will maybe sometimes in Western media try to insinuate that Iran should be willing to negotiate, or that people in Iran want their government to negotiate. But America has certainly modeled that you can't negotiate with it, even if the United States and its media class will never admit that, because it would delegitimize a lot of mythology around like the rational, Western, civilization. But how upset can the Iranian people be that the government won't negotiate with the United States when the United States has proven that even when it does, they backstab them, right? It's just another one of those things that the United States has done to delegitimize itself as like a real champion for, I guess, the people of Iran, to the point where there might even be an insurgency or some kind of actual like critical mass of people that would be willing to represent the American side within a revolution. Like, America is just not like ride for you, and they will absolutely backstab you. Also, Iran is winning too, so that does also demotivate people, because like, well, Iran is winning. We've seen them win, and it really is just the United States, not they really is the United States, and like who's being unreasonable. So I got like a message from I don't know, like a maintenance guy, like an HVAC. I forgot what it was called in English. Weren't they literally negotiating with the Ayatollah was killed? Oh yeah, they had been ready to sign the deal, the really good deal. And then America killed their leadership, including the Ayatollah. What does Trump have to say about this? Should we go to Fox News and check it out? Because I'm sure they'll tell us what Trump has to say about the current state of war in Iran. It's probably just the same clip they put out every week. That's just like Trump warns Iran that they better do something soon, or else he's going to do something soon. Yeah, here we go. Literally. Breaking. Trump urges Iran to wave white flag as ceasefire expires. Who's on this? Oh, Trey Yinks, this guy.
To the Middle East, where tensions remain high as the United States 60-day ceasefire
agreement
with Iran set to expire today.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yinks just spoke with President Trump and joins us now from Tel Aviv. Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. I just got off the phone with President Trump, who discussed the situation with Iran as the 60-day memorandum of understanding expires. The president told Fox News Iran should raise the white flag of surrender. He went on to say, I have no time schedule. I'm not in a hurry. The president indicating that the U.S. naval blockade is continuing to put new economic pressure on the Iranian regime, despite what the Iranians have said publicly. He said they're good poker players, but they're dying, and that the midterms in the United States have nothing to do with the president's thinking. Now, I asked the president about these parallel talks that are taking place between Iran and Oman about control of the Strait of Hormuz. And the president told Fox News, if Oman gets in the way, we'll bomb the S out of them. We went on to...
We'll bomb the S out of them. Just say the word. I think it's just so crazy to say all of that about the blockade when we were literally just hearing about the fact that the people making up the blockade were now suicidally bored or something, right? Definitely suicidal. Whatever was causing it, I can't say. But it's just... how good can the blockade be? Like, how long can they even stay out there before there's no one to run it?
To talk about a variety of different regional topics, including the U.S. stockpiles of weapons that are currently stationed in the Middle East. The president says what we've used so far is peanuts. He went on to say the United States has a lot of mid-level weapons and that many of the more advanced systems, the president says, were given away by President Biden to Ukraine, for example, when we're talking about air defense that is
sure, but we don't have them, so it doesn't matter where they are.
The president also spoke about U.S. ally Israel. Remember, his son-in-law and top negotiator Jared Kushner is in the region. He met yesterday with Khalil al-Hayya, the current Hamas chief in Egypt. And the president said that they have a different channel with Hamas and that ultimately they are giving up their guns, talking about the demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. I asked the president about the upcoming Israeli elections in October, and President Trump told Fox News, I think it's most appropriate for me to stay out of Israeli elections, but I may endorse somebody. And so a lot of headlines here. The president talking about the latest in terms of the Strait of Hormuz and the Iranian regime that at this moment appears unwilling to reach a diplomatic solution with the United States. Guys?
Trey, it also looked like we got an answer from the president about what is priority number one for the United States. Is it the nuclear weapon or getting the gas prices down? He responded to that on Truth Social.
Yeah, the president posted on Truth Social, and he was very clear that ensuring that Iran never has a nuclear weapon is the number one priority for the United States. I asked the president about the communication with the Iranians, and interestingly, President Trump confirmed to Fox News that there is a back channel with the IRGC. These are the hardline officials inside of Iran, and that the United States and officials in Washington are speaking directly with...
Okay, but again, like, they don't understand how weak that makes them sound. Like, I have no doubt that there's a back channel, but the very fact that the Iranian government, and this is if you believe there's a back channel, which I do, I'm just saying that I believe it, and it wouldn't surprise me. But the very fact that the Iranian government comes out and says, we will not engage in negotiations, which in their words essentially mean that we're not going to engage in the kind of face-to-face negotiations that would constitute like the real deal making that would be necessary to like actually settle this whole thing. Doesn't mean we won't like field your messages, obviously, but that's what they're talking about. Like, they're still allowing them to send messages via intermediaries to Iran, to the IRGC, but they say it like it's some kind of like big win that Trump has this like back channel to the IRGC or whatever, when in reality it just shows that he's a loser. They get to just tell him that they won't talk to him, and he has to like boast about, well, actually sometimes I can send them a message. Like, it's a very weak position to be trying to, I think, portray as some kind of real victory.
IRGC officials in Iran. This is another indication that the Trump administration is not just dealing with the political echelon in Tehran, but also some of these hardliners that have launched attacks against U.S. forces and, of course, in the Strait of Hormuz. But the critical headline here is the president's patience as it relates to dealing with the Iranians. He said there is no timeline. And so this 60-day window that is expiring today is largely irrelevant in terms of the president's thinking as it relates to Iran. And again, he indicated the United States has a lot of mid-level weapons to use if they're needed in the future. But he calls on the Iranians to raise the white flag of surrender. And again, as this moves forward here, there are these parallel talks taking place between Iran and...
Yeah, he's calling on Iran to tap out while it's choking him unconscious with a rear naked choke. Like, Iran, why won't you tap out while I'm about to lose consciousness? Why would they? Like, he's been saying this for weeks now, like Iran should just surrender to him despite not being able to better his position in their eyes in any real way. Because even the mid-level weapons that he's talking about, we know that they have those. That's why Iran is buying all of those anti-aircraft defenses from China, from other places, building their own. Because in order to use those, we have to put our pilots in danger. And all it takes is another 1 or 2 more planes brought down in Iran for Trump's approval rating to go through the floor again. Because we can't do another one of those rescue missions. I know it sounds like silly, but that wasn't exactly a one and done situation. But once we did that, they obviously were going to be willing and able to get better aircraft defenses, and we'll have a better plan. And even that one went kind of poorly because we had to scuttle all of our aircraft that we brought in, except for the ones we used to get out. But I'm just saying, like, we don't have the juice to do another like 2 or 3 rescues if they bring down another F-15 or whatever. And so he doesn't want to risk those lives. He doesn't want to risk the propaganda victory of Iran capturing one of our pilots and teaching them how to read, because they're American. I shouldn't say that because obviously pilots are pretty well educated, but you know what I mean. Like, teaching them the value of Iranian civilization, sending them back to be an acolyte. They would just treat them well, right? They wouldn't torture him like we would torture them, and we have tortured people, and that would just be a propaganda victory for them, and a double propaganda victory for them
in the future. But he calls on the Iranians to raise the white flag of surrender. And again, as this moves forward here, there are these parallel talks taking place between Iran and Oman. The president warning Oman not to get in the way of the U.S. naval blockade and the efforts to control the Strait of Hormuz. And we know that that naval blockade is costing the Iranian regime hundreds of millions of dollars each day. And this economic pressure, coupled with the sanctions that are expected to be announced this week by the U.S. Treasury, it's adding more domestic pressure on the regime and those officials in Tehran to change their behavior, possibly come back to the negotiating table, as a lot of rhetoric is still floating around the Middle East.
One thing I have not heard, Trey, is about the Red Sea and the Houthi rebels. I know them and Saudi Arabia are exchanging attacks, but is the Red Sea considered open?
At this moment, there is still quite a bit of traffic passing through the Red Sea. But last week, the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen did...
Yeah, but is that traffic coming from and to Saudi Arabia, or is it unrelated traffic? Because last I checked, it was a blockade of Saudi ports. So, like, there should be other traffic coming to and from the Red Sea. Yeah, I don't know. This is full of cope. I love it, though. I love how they're actively being forced to try to spin this every day. Because eventually we'll just go over a cliff. Like, either he will have to surrender, or the economy will collapse, or he'll get a bunch of Americans killed and us mired in a quagmire. So, like, all this lying just eventually leads to a cliff. So it's interesting to me to see how that will ultimately resolve itself, and whether it will even change, the way they talk about it once we hit that cliff.
did launch a number of attacks on vessels there. They've also been targeting the Mocha port. This is a government-owned port from the Yemeni government, and they hit it with so many missiles and drones over the weekend that the port authority stopped all commercial activity at that location. Remember, President Trump warned the Houthis against getting directly involved in the fight. And the president also spoke about the Iranian proxies across the region. He spoke about Hezbollah in southern Lebanon and also about Hamas inside Gaza. He said specifically about Gaza, and again, this is important in relation to the meeting that is taking place as we speak in Jerusalem between Jared Kushner and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. He said the Israelis should not be striking in Gaza, because he says Hamas has agreed to lay down their weapons after that meeting yesterday in Egypt between senior Hamas leadership and Jared Kushner, along with the American mediators on the ground. And so, again, there's a lot of moving parts here, but it's all linked, because when we talk about the Iranian regime, they spent decades funding and supporting these proxies across.
Okay. I've had enough. I get it. We all get it. This is not going well. There should be prison time involved. For who? For everyone? Probably. But apparently also Iran put a bounty on U.S. service member. Isn't that just like called being at war with them? Yeah, they're going crazy over on Fox News, but we don't have time for everything else to do with this war today. They're still talking about El Sayed. Of course they are. What else is in my... Oh, I guess this is related, though. I did want to talk about Trump pulling out of the defense exercises in conjunction with South Korea, and the one that we were having in conjunction with South Korea. Prairie Fire Neb, thank you for the $4.99. Someone needs to convince Trump to go to Iran personally to negotiate. We might end up with a Crassus situation. I don't understand the reference, actually. But yeah, I think that if you put him in front of these people, they would sway him. He's already swayed by them, because they've demonstrated how powerful they are, because they've defeated the United States military, which Trump thinks of as a military full of losers and suckers. And the situation on the USS Abraham Lincoln, and I'm speaking descriptively. People will think I'm trying to describe it from my own value system. I'm just speaking descriptively. He already thinks of the Army as full of losers and suckers. That USS Abraham Lincoln story definitely didn't help. All of the losing and sucking they've done in this war has not helped. And so it's definitely raised the stock of Iran in his mind, because he thinks of them as winners. The problem, of course, is that they're winning over him, which creates like a cognitive dissonance in him, because obviously if they were just winning in some abstract way, he would like them. But the fact that they're beating him is not something that he likes. He's a sore loser. Gaza ceasefire under threat as Israeli violence continues. Can you believe that? Let's actually turn to this. I don't want to turn away from this, since we were just talking about the possible end of the genocide in Gaza. I'm sorry if I sound dismissive of the possibility of that with Israel, but that's just the reality of it. But I see that they have an interview with Hind Qadari out of Gaza over on Al Jazeera. So since Israel is pretending to be, willing to settle this, or Trump is pretending that they're willing to settle this, whatever lie we're being sold, we might as well hear about the reality on the ground here.
Son-in-law talks about implementing a Gaza peace plan. How are things looking on the ground for Palestinians?
Sorry, start weirdly a few seconds in. But yeah, so as that last video said, Jared Kushner is with his handler, Benjamin Netanyahu, in Jerusalem, I guess talking about how to sabotage this peace deal that Trump wants to get off the ground, and also how to sabotage an end to the war in Iran. If you'll forgive me if I don't describe it the way they're describing it, because that's what's actually happening, obviously.
Hind Qadari joins us live from Gaza City. So while Jared Kushner, the US president's son-in-law, talks about implementing a Gaza peace plan, how are things looking on the ground for Palestinians? Any sign of improvements of that peace plan actually being implemented on the ground?
Well, Sammy, on the ground, there's no improvement. The drones are still buzzing. There were a couple of attacks earlier in the morning where there were injuries reported in the Tufah neighborhood. These injuries were transferred to the hospital. There were also 3 Palestinians that were also injured in another area in Ishjaiya, and a 14-year-old boy was killed in Khan Yunis. So the violence continues, and as this violence continues, there are concerns if this ceasefire is going to make it till the end. Now, there has been continuous breaches, continuous violations, but with everything going on and the increase of wave of attacks, there is a huge concern if this ceasefire is going to make it till the end. Now, not only that, the fact that every day people are dying from the fact that they are being wounded and injured from the airstrikes and the Israel attacks. Most of these injuries are actually dying because there's no medicine and there's no way they could be evacuated or transferred to receive their treatment abroad. So there's no improvement on the ground. The reality is still the same, and people don't feel that this is a ceasefire, and they don't see any positivity on the ground.
Hind, stay with us for a moment, because I want to ask you about another aspect of this. Israel's far-right national security minister, now he's called for the killings of more Palestinians. He was speaking on a podcast with a former Israeli captive, and Itamar Ben-Gvir said Israeli forces should kill 30 or 40 people.
Jesus Christ. I literally have to interrupt that because I'm afraid if they put it on the screen without me interrupting it to call him a psychopath, that they will accuse my stream of like contributing to genocidal rhetoric. What a real psycho. And of course they will say, well, he's just a fringe figure in the Israel. They will just say he's a fringe figure in Israel. And this is also the kind of rhetoric that up until a little while ago, maybe not out of Al Jazeera, you would never hear American legacy media even recognize is coming out of Israel. Forget the like leadership, but the people, because this was hidden from the United States so that they would overly identify with Israelis and under-identify with Palestinians, along with the other things done, like the Islamophobia that's rampant in our society. So I mean, this is like he's just a real psychopath.
In Gaza every night, going beyond those who pose an immediate threat. He called for the targeted killing of Palestinians, saying there are people in Gaza who are not worthy of life and shouldn't live. Hind al-Khudri joins us once again from Gaza City. So how are those comments going down on the Palestinian street? They must be causing more concern for displaced.
Yeah, people are probably super concerned. I think that this is just a sign, and it's not going to be until we have like an actual trial, because people will say that this is me calling for some kind of political retribution, but I only ever call for justice. I speak out openly against vigilantism, even when it's Luigi, even when it's supposedly to the same, ends that I claim that, or you want to claim I believe in. I'm just against vigilantism because I think that that is just not true justice. And from a leftist perspective, I think for the only way for society to be, ultimately able to move on, true justice has to be actuated. And so I just think there has to be a trial. In my version of events, he's brought to The Hague, and since I live in the Netherlands, I'm able to watch, and I've been to The Hague. I was at The Hague when they were doing the South Africa versus Israel trial at the ICJ, but that he's brought to The Hague, and he's giving a very fair but speedy trial, right? And I do think ultimately, I think capital punishment should be on the table. I think that it should be on the table for people who commit genocide. People will say that makes me a bad leftist. People will say that makes me, not a prison abolitionist. I've never said that I was. I'm just trying to say people will accuse me of all sorts of things. But I do believe that for the, worst of crimes, capital punishment should be on the table. And I think that's the case here, ultimately. I'm not calling for anything but like the actual, equal application of the law. And to me, I think that it's so crazy that we've gotten to the point where there's just no real accountability at all. It's just true. It's true. And I think that applies to a lot of people who have contributed to this genocide. I think that there has to be like real trials. Like no one is calling for someone to have unfair trials or to like not be able to present evidence. But it's just gotten to the point where like unless we have a true adjudication of these crimes, we will just end up back here 10 years from now, right? Because look at how quickly we got back to just a industrial scale genocide from the Holocaust. 80 years, and we're back here again. Less than 80 years, and this time it was live streamed to the entire world. And everyone like quibbled and nuanced poisoned themselves into saying it was different. I know a lot of you will say like we never stopped doing genocides in the United States of America or around the world, via Western colonialism and neo-imperialism. I guess we can agree with that. But I think when you're talking about like this particular manifestation of like Western genocide, this is, I think, unique. And we'll just be back here even faster next time. It'll be 2046 and we'll be back here. We'll be back here again, and they'll be telling you how it's different, how whatever group is being genocided this time, it's just so different. It's so complicated.
Families struggling to survive there.
Well, they're definitely very concerning. They're actually terrifying for people because people thought that the ceasefire is here, no more people are going to be killed, and actually people are starting to start their lives from scratch. They're starting to fix whatever they could fix, find a good shelter, try to find a source of income, and people are trying to start their lives. So imagine if you start your life after surviving a 3-year genocide and then hearing such statements. This makes them feel that this cycle of violence is not going to end, and this is actually what is being discussed on the streets today here in Gaza, where people are saying, does this mean that the war is going to resume? Does this mean that more people are going to be killed? Who are they going to be killed? And this is how people are feeling that whatever happens, even if there's high-level visits, if there's going to be negotiations, the cycle of violence is going to continue. More people are being killed, and people believe that they're under blockade. They're living in a cage where nothing is improving, no reconstruction, no improvement in life conditions. It's deteriorating every single day. The health sector is collapsing, and with everything they're living and the current situation, there is also threats of killing. So this statement is actually raising concerns. People are terrified, and there's fear inside Palestinians.
Thanks so much. Hind Al-Khudri reporting to us there from Gaza City.
So brave. Yeah, absolutely so brave. And I will say, better audio quality than I have sometimes, and also better audio quality than CNN has sometimes.
A new diplomatic effort by the Trump administration to secure a ceasefire update.
A ceasefire update. This ceasefire needs a patch. The ceasefire, quote unquote, in Gaza needs a patch because it's not fully working. Crazy. It's pre-alpha release. It's the kind of alpha release that you can only play on the weekends. Brian Talmy, thank you for the $20 Canadian super chat. Just a reminder that Israel isn't even a country in the technical sense of the word. They don't have internationally defined borders, just an armistice line they ignore. Literally not a legitimate state on a technical level. I don't know enough about that, but I would believe it, But really, that definition of a country is, in this case, less important than like the definition that Western civilization oftentimes relies on, which is like wherever I say my borders are because I have the bigger guns. And I think that, your point is really important to also highlight how much of the superficial elements of Western civilization are just meant to obscure the authoritarian tendencies that have been oftentimes outsourced to populations abroad, because we have agreed that slices of our domestic population should be protected in such a way that insulates the ruling class from having to deal with broad unrest at home. And so, it really is just a matter that a lot of these like superficial things that, we gesture to within our societies are really just, a fig leaf over the barrel of a gun, but certainly like authoritarian tendencies, because people will tell you everything that they, people will use international law to talk all about like how the situation should be, Israel supported or whatever. But then when you apply it to, obverse situations like, the genocide of Native Americans in America by the United States, and you go like, well, would you support Native Americans by nature of what happened, just having the outright right to slaughter American citizens in their home because their land is being occupied or whatever? They just immediately pivot to stuff like, I'd like to see you try that. The barrel of a gun is all we, stuff like that, right? They just start, the authoritarian mask slips. And, that's what's going on in Iran right now and so hard to deal with, that the authoritarian tendencies of the United States are not being facilitated by the people and the government of Iran in such a way that allows for them to have their way. I cannot, and I'm getting distracted by it, I cannot get my YouTube chat to pop up in my sort of management box in OBS. It keeps like shutting it off. It really doesn't want me to see what's going on YouTube. It's all right. All right. Let's I know I kind of got distracted there. Let's turn over to the Asian theater, and Trump backing down there. I think it's good that he is actually. What are we going to do there? So we were supposed to be having, I guess, war demonstrations with our allies in South Korea today to like saber rattle at China. Not today, but today is when this news came out. And Trump is saying that we no longer need to do that. I think it's probably for the best. Trump is not going to be, China's not going to be impressed by this after everything else that's going on. I wonder if we just don't even have the materials actually. They don't have enough ammo to play war games.
Okay, you're watching live now. I'm Austin Westfall. Live look at the White House, 7:15 in the nation's capital. We're getting breaking news from President Trump. He's ordering the Pentagon to scale back planned joint military exercises with South Korea. He says South Korea declined to help denuclearize Iran. He's also citing his good relationship with North Korea's Kim Jong-un. He posted this statement on Truth Social. Based on my very good relationship with Kim Jong-un of North Korea, I am not happy with the fact that the United States has long ago agreed to participate in joint military exercises with South Korea. These exercises are not only costly,
Crazy.
with
So
much
funny.
of these costs paid for by the United States of America as usual, but send a signal that is totally inappropriate and hostile to a country that, as long as Donald J. Trump has been president, has been unthreatening and respectful. Therefore, and based on the fact that it is too late to cancel, I have instructed Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to substantially reduce the joint military exercises. While somewhat unrelated, I recently asked the president of South Korea if they would like to join us in the denuclearization of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they said, quote, "No thanks." Thank you for your
Crazy
attention to this
petty.
matter.
Oh man.
President signs off there at the bottom.
Long truth.
Okay, so let's talk about this with retired Marine intelligence officer, national security analyst, and the host of the Strap podcast, Hal Kempfer. He's here with me. Hal, it was just 24 hours ago that you and I were talking about.
Damn, he hated Obama. Obama pivoted to Asia, and now Trump is like, no, we got to get re-engaged in a quagmire in the Middle East. Fuck pivoting to Asia.
About the president of South Korea speaking about his
Unrelated,
want
so
to
funny.
get on a path and start working toward making things a little more peaceful and perhaps even officially end the war between the North and the South. Is it a coincidence that this post from Trump is coming right after the South Korean president said that?
Austin, it's rather interesting that they are juxtaposed like that. I don't know if they're directly related or not. I don't know how close of attention President Trump paid to that outreach effort by the South Korean president, but it is rather interesting. This comes right on the heels of it. Kind of throws everything off. Obviously, if anything, it puts a lot of pressure on South Korea to do more in terms of those meetings, because now the U.S. support for South Korea seems to have been a little destabilized by.
Wow, this is Trump's plan all along. What if Tim Pool was right, partially, that Trump did have an ulterior motive with starting the war in Iran, but that motive turned out to be to force America to pivot away from Asia, basically sink the South Korean economy due to lack of petroleum products, and force reunification with North Korea because Kim Jong-un is like his best friend. Like, that would really be a masterful gambit. Obviously, it would be at the sacrifice of large portions of the world's, economy, but it would definitely be something that you could maybe even claim he's like a 10th dimensional genius, like Light Yagami or Lex Luthor.
By those comments. And I have to tell you, the ramifications of what was just said there are rather big. If I was sitting in Ukraine right now, I'd be looking at that, scratching my head, saying, well, there's 50,000 North Koreans that are coming over to fight us on behalf of Russia. And they would be kind of wondering about some of the kind words that President Trump had for Kim Jong-un and his relationship with Kim, but also his relationship with North Korea. So they would point to that. Certainly Japan would point to it and say, well, what about all these missile tests we've had? And so it definitely is a rather
America's
interesting
not
thing.
your
But I
friend.
think
Get over it.
shows President Trump's frustration that he can't get anybody on board with helping with Iran.
How important?
Yeah, also, the North Korean economy is doing pretty well comparatively right now because they're part of that sort of consumer complex with Russia and China and, other like sanctioned powers by the United States right now. And so they've been able to make a decent amount of money by selling munitions and selling like guns and bullets and stuff to Russia, as well as providing like soldiers for the front lines of their war in Ukraine. And that money has been used to revitalize large portions of the country. Like, Trump really has, well, I guess, in this case with Biden, right? But the age of American ability to essentially consign large portions of the world or countries or people to like the, poverty, like to the poverty line via sanctions is just over, right? Every new country we sanction is just going to make the axis of resistance against us economically all that stronger.
Important are these joint exercises that the U.S. and South Korea work on?
Absolutely crucial, absolutely essential. I've been, when I was in uniform, I was involved with multiple exercises over in South Korea.
No way.
I was
Not
stationed
essential.
in the Far East for a while as well. And I can tell you that is a cornerstone of our security program in the Far East. North Korea is always a major threat over there. Security on the Korean Peninsula.
Do you think this guy could be wearing a lifelike human mask? Whenever I see someone on Fox News who's like old, I just think that they could be wearing a lifelike human mask. People think I wear a tank top because I want to show off my muscles and distract you from the poor quality of my content. That's actually not the truth. It's so that you can always see that I'm not wearing a lifelike human mask. The wearing of a suit on TV is at this point only obscuring your neck in such a way that makes it impossible to tell whether or not you're wearing a lifelike human mask, like we saw in that one Fox News interview, or like Ethan Hunt uses in the Mission Impossible movies. And so I respect you too much to obfuscate my collarbone in such a way that makes you doubt whether or not it's me in front of you every day. That being said, to the substance of what he's saying, I don't see how they could be essential at all, because look at what's happening in Iran, right? Every time they say these military things are essential, all I can think to myself, and maybe I'm just a dumb asshole who doesn't understand anything about the military, but I'm certainly an American taxpayer against my will, oftentimes an American taxpayer. And so I can't help but go like, well, what the fuck were we going to do against North Korea? What were we going to do against China? What were we going to do against any of these people if this is the case, right? And I'm not even the kind of person who underestimates Iran. Like, I'm not even the kind of person who's like, well, Iran only has like sticks and twigs and like fucking berries and rocks to use against us. I get it. They're super smart. I'm just saying that, we're doing really poorly. Like, we've done really poorly in this war. Like, not like 5-round war, Makachev versus Ian Gary or whatever, but like we got like choked out in the first round. Like, we slipped on a banana peel and like knocked ourselves out on the stool, literally, like it just quadriplegic style, fucking $1 Million Baby. So I don't see how they could be essential. Essential for what? Like essential for, we need a better plan. Like essential for what, right?
Peninsula is absolutely paramount to what we do in that region, and these exercises are where we go in and we work bilateral,
Such a waste of money.
hand in glove with our South Korean counterparts, and develop the capabilities that deter the North from doing something. It's our ability to work together so well, so efficiently, that really has been a cornerstone of our deterrence posture on the Korean Peninsula. The North doesn't want to do anything because they look at how well we work with the South. They go, these guys are a well-oiled machine. We don't want to try and attack them.
How would you describe President Trump's relationship with Kim Jong-un in 2026?
I find it interesting. He hasn't had they haven't had a summit or a big meeting, but he's citing that. I find Kim Jong-un in 2026 to be, he spends all of his time trying to cozy up to Putin and sending forces over to Russia, and now sending forces to Russia to fight, and now they're not even hiding it. They are fighting directly in the border or on the front lines of Ukraine. So I find it just rather fascinating. I think it's very different from his first term in office. And I found it interesting that he was citing that. I don't see a whole lot really going on there other than Kim Jong-un being Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, I mean, he's over there thriving, right? And Trump is losing wars. I'm sure they talk. Wasn't Trump just talking about going to North Korea a little bit? I felt like he was. I don't recall, but he's, cheering him up now. He's like talking about him now. And you know what he probably likes? He's probably seen the new photos of Pyongyang. Like, if you haven't seen the new photos of Pyongyang, I would tell you, just look it up and you'll see that, yeah, big buildings, big lights. Like, Trump is probably very proud of his friend Kim Jong-un. It's very, very disruptive to the American neoconservative agenda.
Going on there, other than Kim Jong-un being Kim Jong-un.
And of course, we're looking at these pictures. This was quite the moment during Trump's first term when the U.S. president, the sitting U.S. president, actually stepped foot into North Korea, visited the DMZ. This was Kim Jong-un and President Trump. And like you said, Hal, I would be curious to see if we eventually do get some sort of summit or bilateral meeting between Trump and Kim at some point during the second Trump term. What are the implications of Trump's post? I've been asking you about what this means for South Korea, what this means for the Americans.
MGJ Trillium Falcon, thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm sorry, $10 tip. What is your opinion about why Trump signs off his tweets with "Thank you for your attention to this matter"? My theory is he is trying to identify which actions are covered under the Supreme Court ruling, where he's basically immune to the law if it's done in office. That's what I heard too, right? Like that if he signs them off that way, they become official presidential pronouncements. Like, I don't know if that's true, but it does seem like the kind of thing that he would believe, even if it wasn't true, and that would give him immunization from certain things. But that's what I was told. And it's the kind of thing where if that is kind of the way the law could be interpreted, it will be interpreted that way to benefit him. So it might as well be the reason if he was told that.
Kim Jong-un and the North Korean regime, what are they thinking when they see a Truth Social post like this?
That's true, Bread Pirate.
It's interesting. If you look,
that's true, Bread Pirate Roberts. He does sometimes end his tweets with praise Allah now, or praise be to Allah, the Most High. But he does end them that way. But that's just because he's trying to cover all his bases.
look at the language. The language in that post almost looks identical to some language that Kim Jong-un himself has put out about these exercises. That has been a long-standing stance of North Korea. It's what Kim Jong-un puts out. It sounds almost identical what his father put out and his grandfather put out, railing against these joint ROK U.S. exercises that take place. Team Spirit. Now they're called Ulchi Freedom Shield. I was in Team Spirit, Ulchi Focus Lens. Multiple Team Spirits, as I recall. So
honestly, this is going to sound rude, but it sounds like a bunch of fucking sailors getting around wasting American taxpayer dollars and playing grab ass. I saw the movie Battleship. Are you guys playing like volleyball on the deck of the aircraft carriers like Top Gun? I don't think my money should go towards that. Get a real job. No offense. Do some real work. Like swab the poop deck. Like this sounds like a vacation. The way he's defending this sounds like a vacation. Like yeah, hassling the locals. Like I don't know. Like enforce the blockade, bro. Like what's going on? What's going on? Like we don't have time to play games with the South Koreans. I know we all want to go to the 7-Eleven, the Korean 7-Eleven, while we're on shore leave, get those nicely cut sandwiches and shit like that. Nah, bro, that's not. With wartime. It's wartime.
These exercises are a big deal, but North Korea's always pointed to them, say they're provocative, they're threatening, they're antagonistic, all these things, warmongering and stuff like that. And then usually around those times, they do a lot of provocative things like missile tests and all sorts of stuff.
We are warmongering. We're at war right now.
They've used these constantly. I've just never seen the language of North Korea actually put into anything that the U.S. has ever put out, and I just found that rather interesting.
Well, I mean, the language of North Korea is Korean, and there are plenty of things in Korean in the United States of America, so checkmate. That's why we can't do these exercises anymore. Interesting, yeah. Do they play soccer on the landing strip? I bet they do. Yeah, he was probably going to be on the trip, and so he's mad. They canceled his hangout in fucking South Korea. I'd be mad too, brother. I'd be mad too. Who wouldn't want to go to South Korea on vacation? Not to work there, obviously, but on vacation, for sure. I bet they have the greatest food. I love Korean fried chicken. I bet you could have a Korean fried chicken in South Korea so good, makes you literally rip your own heart out and hold it in your hand. Sacrifice yourself to the Mayan or Aztec or Incans. I don't know. I haven't watched El Dorado in a while. Maybe I should order some Korean fried chicken tonight. There's like multiple really good Korean fried chicken spots near me, and it makes it hard to choose sometimes. Brandon must be low carbing. I'm not. I don't do stuff like that. I really need to find out the login information for my MyFitnessPal so I can actually try to lose the last little bit of weight, but I can't figure it out. And I've been too lazy to do like the whole password reset thing. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think it's because of the war in Iran, or do you think it's because of him and Kim Jong-un being friends? Because I think that the whole like he's mad that South Korea and North Korea have been talking to each other, that doesn't really make much sense because he loves Kim Jong-un, right? Like that would maybe make sense if he was a different type of American president who actually wanted to continue, like, I guess, this pivot to Asia in some meaningful way. But he doesn't seem to be. And so I don't think that would make much sense. So I think it's probably both. I think he's friends with Kim Jong-un and the Iran thing rubbed him the wrong way. So why would he he probably feels like if I could ask him, he would send people to help me denuclearize or demine the strait because he's sending people to help Putin. Like, that's probably the mindset that he has about this whole situation. If you ask me, he's probably thinking to himself like, well, if Kim is willing to send people to help Putin in his war in Ukraine, and you're not willing to send people to help me in my war in Iran, what is that? Come on. Obviously, like, they're paying for that, but like we couldn't do that with South Korea. Like, yeah, Kim would help. He's like, no fake friends. He's like, if I called for Kim to help me right now, he would help. I still can't see what's being said on YouTube without having to look into the little preview screen on my OBS. I have no idea why it's being so finicky. It just does not want me to contribute to my YouTube community. It's like when we can't log into the chats on the Majority Report. I think it's all of it. He's petty. So this is from Snosberry Kool-Aid. I really have to start reading out the usernames because I realize I have that bad habit of just starting to say it out loud, which makes me sound like I'm having some kind of like argument with myself. But this is from Snosberry Kool-Aid on Twitch, which is the only chat I can see really effectively. I think it's all of it. He's petty, so he would punish SK for not bombing Iran. He also likes Kim, definitely. Technical issues on the majority report, yeah, no such things ever happen. I can't say that. I'm only in there so often. And the only technical issues I have are trying to wear Sam's headphones, which I don't understand how he wears them. It probably looked like I was just fucking around on camera when you saw me trying to put them on, but it was actually quite confusing. I've never had to put on a pair of headphones so confusing before in my entire life. No. We actually have a pretty big crowd today. We have about like 1,200 people watching on YouTube, 600 people watching on Twitch. I really need to get a unified counter on the screen, but it's fine. You guys don't need to know how many people are watching. It shouldn't impact the way you feel about the show. We have each other. It's just you and me. And I got obviously people you're talking to in the chat right now. Fivehead Smooth Brain says, why would they help now when it cost them billions from trade with China when he put the THAAD system in his first term and they removed the system without asking them to fight Iran? Well, yeah, I mean, they're probably mad about that. Not to mention the hit to their economy that like all this oil being like off the market and more expensive is causing them to take. Because remember, South Korea does get its oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Just like the YouTube stream, YouTube is very far behind. I can probably change that. I don't know. I feel like it's not really something that I can control. It probably is, but it's probably beyond my skill set. And I think that you don't want me to worry much about that. Professor Zhang. We never got into Professor Zhang. It just seemed like his videos were really long. And what should we do now? Oh, well, I mean, we have plenty of time, so we don't need to jump into Sunday service quite yet. I don't want everyone to have like a mass exodus. He's not a professor. You can be whatever you want. U.S. and Iran agree on extension as MOU deadline expires. That just happened. Well, yeah. Let's hear more about the military crying about this South Korea joint military exercise being canceled, or at least like heavily scaled back on our side, since he can't cancel it exactly. Pawn's Gambit says, Brandon, speaking from experience, went on board a carrier. Sailors work in a 12 on 12 off shift rotation. I think we can let them play a little football during their time off. This is not supposed to be time off. This is supposed to be like you're on joint military exercises. It's supposed to be like working. I don't not tweet on my job, but they shouldn't. This is serious. Zhang is as much as a professor as Brandon is our general. That's fair. Can I be a professor general? Or general professor? We're at war, baby. Come on. Okay. Oh, so thank you for your $9.99 super chat. That was attached to that message. I'm just being, churlish, obviously. They can play football if they want. In fact, they should get some balls from Expires with his logo on him. He has a bunch, obviously. I don't think the people of Colombia want them after the earthquake. So, he has probably a bunch of leftover ones from when they hurled them back at him.
Relationship with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, saying the drills send a signal that is, quote, inappropriate and hostile. Now, he also called out Seoul's lack of assistance with Iran. He wrote, while somewhat unrelated, I recently asked the president of South Korea if they would like to join us in the denuclearization of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they no thanks. So where does that leave our relationship with a crucial ally in the region?
This is really worrying a lot of countries about our reliability. It's very important. If you're going to have an alliance, you better have exercises to go with it.
One of the things he said in his Truth Social post was also, these exercises are not only costly, so they're expensive. He claims much of the costs were paid for by the United States, as usual. Then when we were talking to military experts, they were saying, actually, that's not how this works financially. Here's an example.
Now, this could have some serious impacts on our relationships in the Pacific realm. South Korea is a critical ally for us. And oh, by the way, they pay for a large portion of those exercises. They also pay for the upkeep of U.S. troops in South Korea. So the idea that we're paying for everything there is absolutely false. The other aspect of this is that the relationship that that President Trump has with Kim Jong-un is, I would characterize it as ephemeral at best. To put your stock in a relationship like that and really limit exercises when, first of all, we've paid our portion of that already. The things that we do in those exercises are critical for the joint defense, not only of South Korea and Japan, but also for defense of the United States as well. And, in this particular situation, what you're seeing is the North Koreans are getting an advantage, really an unforced error on our part. And it's going to damage the relationship that we have with the South Koreans, and that's not a good thing.
You know what's so interesting is at Shangri-La earlier this year, Secretary Pete Hegseth said South Korea is doing a burden sharing in terms of taking on expensive costs when it comes to exercises. So, I don't think Donald Trump exactly knew what he was saying in this. I will say, just on the point of South Korea.
Well, he did. He was trying to make a point, though, right? Which is,
yes.
Hey, South Korea, you're not helping us out.
But it goes against what Pete Hegseth said, which is like, actually, South Korea is one of our strongest allies and has been sharing the cost of a lot of these exercises. But what I will say about what's so concerning about this is the messaging it sends to allies. In the region right now, we have pulled out our Patriot battery to be rerouted
and
to
fight over
Iran.
these Patriots, yeah.
I really don't understand the whole misunderstanding about him going against Pete Hegseth. Trump is really capricious and kind of a moron asshole, so he just says whatever he wants whenever he wants it. The whole idea that Pete Hegseth said something different the day before is almost totally irrelevant. It would have been just as irrelevant if Trump said something different the day before. He's super duper fickle. And so, sometimes he's just out of step with what he wanted to do some other time. Sometimes he's out of step with what the military brass wants to do, and they just assume that he's okay with it because why wouldn't he be? And then something like this happens. He just, he's too inconsistent, which is what the main criticism from our allies is that you can't really work with him because he is corrupt. He is demented in such a way, and he's also just incredibly egocentric, where he's very sensitive. And so working with him, unless you have infinite patience and ability to massage his ego, is basically impossible. And so you might as well make alternative arrangements. Essentially, you can't make deals with him. He's untrustworthy.
Exactly. We've pulled out a Marine unit to go to the war with Iran, and on top of that, now we're rerouting an aircraft carrier. The George Washington is going to backfill the Lincoln, which, as we
Is there a world where we were running out of resources and couldn't do the exercise?
I think there is a concern over how much these exercises are meant to.
But do you know what I mean? Ships in Venezuela,
it's a cost to the force.
You were telling me something interesting during the break, which is that North Korea has learned information from its participation with Russia in that war with Ukraine. So what makes these exercises particularly important?
Well, these exercises, there is a history of these exercises. We have been doing exercises with South Korea for about 70 years, since 1955. This exercise, Old Chief Freedom Shield, was to test our defensive capabilities. These exercises are always defensive in nature. So it was to defend.
Here's what we would do if North Korea began
That's
to strike.
Right. And it's a simulation. And also we know that these soldiers that were sent from North Korea to Russia have learned critical information about drone warfare, which is the modern day battlefield, and electromagnetic warfare. So this was an exercise that was going to test all of this. I don't know what it means exactly when Trump says we're going to have to scale it back. It started already. It's an 11-day exercise that's going to go on. But I think, are we surprised that he's making any overtures to, Kim Jong-un? No, but it is shocking.
Devil's
stuff.
advocate here. He's not just making overtures, right? He's saying, look, maybe doing these exercises are creating a hostile tone, and we want to not be hostile. We want to make sure North Korea doesn't push and take action. South Korea said they hope that the friendly relationship.
Good point, because we can't do anything if they do, right? So, that's a very reasonable point. Why poke the bear when it's just clear that not only would we not be able to do anything right now, or willing really do anything right now, if the bear were to able were to like activate, but maybe we never would have been willing or able to do. Like, that's what this is really revealing. Like, if you're not Israel and therefore like an actual direct extension of the United States imperialist project, we will leave you to dry. Like, we will leave you hung out to dry, right? And so maybe it doesn't make sense to do stuff like this anymore, because ultimately, like, the rest of the world might call our bluff, and the rest of the world might call our bluff, and then we'd be forced to like reveal to more of our allies that we're just not really about that life anymore. That being said, I actually trend more towards the fact that he's really actually quite upset about South Korea not helping, and he's friends with Kim Jong-un, because even when it comes to the lack of military equipment, I don't think Trump really cares. And I mean, I don't know if they have to shoot off 100 Tomahawks every time they do stuff like this. Maybe they do, but Trump doesn't really care about those exquisite munitions so much either. If he really wanted to do it, he would do it. This, to me, just feels a lot more like I see my friend Kim sending help militarily to his friend, my other friend Putin, and I don't see you, someone who's supposed to be my friend, doing that. And then I got all these other things going on. He's a real deadbeat. So I think it makes perfect sense if you really concede that like most of Trump's decisions are driven by his petty ego and not so much the material concerns or reality of the world around him. Unless they told him like, hey, Trump, we got to get out of this whole situation. So like just make up any excuse. And then maybe that's what happened. But that seems to be like a tertiary concern to him based on those first two things. I mean, compared with those first two things.
Relations between the leaders of North Korea and the U.S. would lead to meaningful talks between the two countries. Maybe I bring in Joel here. Are we going to see talks again?
Oh, yeah, right. We're not going to see talks that resolve anything. And no, I doubt we're going to see talks. It's a really strange dynamic, too, Audie, where, North Korea has been one very close ally of Iran for decades on end. And here we are now essentially saying to South Korea, we're going to side with North Korea because we want you to oppose Iran. It's completely convoluted, makes no sense, and undermines our alliances both in the Far East as well as in the Middle East.
CNN's Gage Golding is in the region joining me now. Gage, the U.S. and South Korea frequently hold these joint military drills involving thousands and thousands of troops. How is this announcement being received? What is it saying to South Korea?
They're right. They are frequent. Actually, they're so frequent, they have them every single year. At some point, trainings like this happen multiple times a year. And President Donald Trump is very familiar with this. Actually, during his first term in 2018 and 2019, both those years, he scaled back the operation. And the exercise, officially known as Ulchi Freedom Shield, is a joint exercise between the United States and South Korean forces. About 18,000 military members with the South Korean armed forces joined about 28,500 U.S. forces to train for all kinds of things. And this specific training this year was going to have some advanced modern warfare, things like GPS jamming, drones, things that we've seen in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Now, I will say this, the South Korea...
Damn, maybe he should use some of that stuff in Iran. If he has all this stuff for war games or some shit in South Korea, he should definitely bring that out in Iran. We're losing it. Oh my gosh. The chat from YouTube is back. That's why I really paused it.
Korean government says that the training, a 10-day training exercise, started this morning as scheduled. And they did release a statement where they said that, look, they're hoping that the relations between North Korea and the United States can help bring a period of peace for the entire Korean peninsula. They also said, on the little bit of a jab, if you will, that President Donald Trump gave to the South Korean government, they said, look, we've been trying to help, in their words, trying to help with peace and ceasefire in Iran. They also want the Strait of Hormuz to open. But the South Korean government is a huge ally to the United States government. And obviously, North Korea, U.S. is pretty much the exact opposite. But this post on Truth Social from the president was actually kind of foreshadowed by a post that the president shared of just him in North Korean leader saying, you know, it was kind of a mean mugging picture. But he said, look, our relationship is great. Now, what's really interesting here is that all of this is coming as President Donald Trump has tried, or at least appears to.
No, he feels abandoned. Like, Trump feels abandoned by all of the people who are supposed to be his friends. You know, all the people who like suck up to him usually in this war in Iran, and he's retreating to like the few of his friends who he still has, who have like legitimate reasons for why they can't send help. Not to mention the boom of real estate, the boom of construction in Pyongyang. Like, this is just his demented mind trying to find a safe space amongst the friendships that he has left. It's really sad to see, or at least it would be if, you know, it weren't Donald Trump mean mugging. They're just like standing there.
Have tried to set up some sort of meeting between Pyongyang and Washington.
Do you think this guy's wearing a lifelike human mask? He has the collar open, but that doesn't always help.
Washington, D.C., somewhere. Remember, over his first term in office, he met with Kim Jong-un 3 different times. So far in this term, they have not met once. But again, I don't know if this is an extension of maybe like a olive branch to the North Korean government to try to open up some sort of communication, maybe to get a win in the diplomacy area, especially with what's happening with Iran. But it also could be, on the other side, a message to the South Korean government that, hey, we're here to help protect you and keep you safe on the Korean Peninsula. And when we come to ask for help, we expect it off the Korean Peninsula. So there's kind of a lot of different takeaways here. As for the actual impact, I think that's something we're going to see over the coming days.
All right, let's talk more about this. Joining us right now is Gordon Sondland.
No, we don't need to talk more about this. It's happening. It's happened. What it means materially, we won't be able to say, but it's happened. An olive branch filled with diaper poop. That's true. Or like it's kind of just on the edge of the branch. Like it's kind of just looped around the edge like a hobo bindle. You know, like how like in the old timey comic books, they would have like a stick and then like a bandana with all their stuff in it. It's like that. For the move of pure spite. That's my president. That's my president. I've really made myself hungry for Korean fried chicken, but I'm trying to get that nice, delicious 6-pack back. Maybe I just won't try very hard. It's easy to not try very hard. Frozen egg puck. It sucks that he wouldn't bring this conciliatory energy to Cuba, but being antagonistic there is a key part of his strategy. Yeah, like, you know, he just has a population as represented by Marco Rubio, who is still slavishly pro-Trump in the form of like Cuban expats in Florida. And he loves Florida too. So there's probably a bunch of them that are at Mar-a-Lago. And so really easy to see how he's going to retreat to those populations, like just like Pyongyang and Kim Jong-un, who can still be won over by him. Ooh. I guess we should hear about this extension of the MOU. Did they say that in the first few videos we watched? I feel like they couldn't have possibly. Half shark, alligator, half man. Thank you for the $20 donation. Help rebuild international solidarity. Get that Korean fried chicken. Ugh, I don't know if I can. Don't tempt me. Get some Korean barbecue, dude. I don't want to go make my own barbecue. I feel like they didn't, because those videos were a little bit older. But it doesn't really matter either way. Oh, yeah, we also didn't watch about how Sonic the Hedgehog was satanic. I'm glad I remembered that, because I definitely wanted to watch that too. A lot of you are going to say you didn't want to watch that, but you don't have the option. I guess you do, you can turn it off, but we're not going to watch that right now either way. Ooh, oh, there's a Brexit video. We haven't done Brexit in a while. I don't think we need to do that today, but I definitely want to save this for later. I love a good Brexit video because it was a 10-year anniversary this year and a few months ago even. Not the blue blur. Yeah, the blue blur is actually a red blur. Or I don't know, maybe hell is actually blue. Who can say? Sure, let's hear about this, I guess, new extension just while we get our grounding. He's also in Fortnite? Who?
But for now,
Donald Trump? You shouldn't
let's
let him
get
play games
smarter
with
with the
kids.
help of our leadoff panel. MS Now, senior White House correspondent, my dear friend Vaughn Hilliard is here. Susan Glasser, staff writer for The New Yorker, and Dasha Burns, my former colleague, now Politico Playbook chief correspondent and White House bureau chief. Mr. Hilliard, we turn to you first. A 60th day deadline for a broad peace deal always seemed like it was a tall task. But you have to say the White House had to think they were going to be in a way better place today than they are right now.
Right. Remember what was supposed to happen at the 60-day mark, right? That is where the conversation about what nuclear enrichment capacities Iran was going to be able to have going into the future was going to be determined. We're so far from that. We're not even at step one about opening up the Strait of Hormuz, let alone any negotiations about the nuclear enrichment capacities of Iran. And so that is where you go to these list of demands that Iran has made very clear that the U.S. and Israel must remove troops from Lebanon, for instance, must end its engagement with its proxies in other countries, that it must release the frozen assets to Iran. And the terms of this memorandum of understanding are just...
I'm sorry, I just checked. I looked it up. Iran is denying this is happening. I'm not going to pull it up on the screen, but I'm just over at one of these like accounts that reports what Iran says. Iran directly rejects Al Arabia's report that the U.S. and Iran have agreed to extend the 60-day ceasefire that was set to expire today per Iran's foreign ministry. This is from the Hormuz letter, so you have to just take it with a grain of salt. But I know a lot of you are saying they didn't agree to a ceasefire, so you're probably hearing it from somewhere else. I'm just going to read this particular synopsis of it. Iran says there is no such thing as a 60-day ceasefire, and the U.S. never abided by a single one of the MOU terms. Therefore, there is nothing to extend, and the issue of the 60-day ceasefire is completely void and irrelevant. Yet it sounds more in line with what I was expecting. Iran adds there was supposed to be a period of cessation of hostilities for 60 days in which the U.S. and Iran would try to reach a deal. If it did not succeed, but provided the U.S. abided by its commitments, this could have been extended, but the U.S. blew it and no serious talks began. Yeah, that's what the foreign ministry, the foreign ministry spokesperson was saying earlier, but I assume that was in reference to something different. But I think it's still important to hear how they're coping in America. Well, I mean, they haven't changed their story. Like, this is the Trump cycle of we're having talks, no, we're not, we're having talks. And so, like, it's not about believing Iran or not. It's about, like, Trump just clearly not telling the truth.
Such in a difficult place for this administration that even the administration is debating over what the agenda and what the goal of the Iran war here is moving forward. And I think that is why you find the Trump administration in such a predicament at this point, because there has been no indication that Iran is willing to give at all in terms of what they want out of these negotiations, and that they are willing to play the long game. And in turn, people like Stephen Miller have even said that they're willing to go on. And Donald Trump has said to Americans that this is a form of patriotism, high gas prices, that it'll be worth it
Sure
in the
is.
end. So we find ourselves in this stalemate here at the 60-day mark.
To go on how long? One might say forever. A forever war is the last thing Trump said he would get himself into. Dasha, can you explain what do we know about these supposedly unprecedented?
Well, I mean, he's not getting himself into it. He's getting us into it. Trump is an 80-plus-year-old man. He's not getting himself into anything forever anymore, really, if we're being honest. Never, practically speaking, no one lives forever in general, but he's not getting himself into anything forever. He got the United States into something forever. So, I mean, he's still accurate. He's still accurate in his assessment of that. I will say, a lot of you are saying that the back channel between Trump and the IRGC is also not true. I don't think that is the case. I think that this is one of those situations where Trump is like over exaggerating how important this ability to send messages to the IRGC via, any particular intermediary, Pakistan, Oman, Egypt, like whoever is acting as an intermediary this week, it is the same thing as negotiating. That's not really the same thing. And even if it were, it's still embarrassing, but it's not the same thing. And so I think that in some cases, people are talking past each other when it comes to this particular point, where I have no doubt that like America's able to get messages to any number of people in Iran. Like you said, like just having someone's phone number give us a back channel to negotiations, not really ultimately, but like he's just trying to make it seem like it's more than it actually is. Because even if they are negotiating, none of their terms seem to have changed. Like, have you noticed that? Like, despite constant messages about negotiations and back channels, none of Iran's terms have basically ever changed. They've only gotten like worse, or like worse for the United States and for Trump, obviously. So if he has been negotiating via these back channels, certainly it hasn't been like working effectively.
Economic pressures. The Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says he is going to impose on Iran. Iran is not a trading partner with us. What exactly can we do?
No, Steph, we don't know details precisely to your point, but Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, is becoming even more of a key player in this now than perhaps Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, because the president does not want to restart kinetic action here. And most people in his circles at this point don't want to restart kinetic action unless they go all the way, as folks say, to finish the job. And at this point, given our munitions, given what we've already seen with the USS Lincoln, even that is becoming less and less of a real possibility. And so now you have the economic fury operation, as folks in Treasury have been calling it, and Scott Bessent as that key player. But as you said, they have not laid out what they can clearly do there either. And every single day that this war goes on, Steph, it gets worse for this administration, between munition stockpiles, between the mental health and physical health of the military, and of course the midterms. Every single day we inch closer to that, and every single Republican operative I talk to, Steph, is absolutely tearing their hair out about this. I was on the road with Speaker Mike Johnson in Arizona a few weeks ago, and he was touting all of the achievements that the Republican Congress has done, mostly the big beautiful bill that, of course, you can debate how effective that has been. But
No, I'm not going to do that because I have a brain and I respect my time. So I'm just going to pause the video, turn it off, and see what my mini chatters have said to me instead. Not going to even discuss that last part. Someone dropped a clip from, I think, AJ English about the IRGC thing. I totally lost it immediately because of how fast the chat moves, but like, I can concede the point that the IRGC is probably saying that they're not negotiating with America. First of all, you're not supposed to be talking to United States of America right now because of all of the things that they've done. And so it makes sense for them to deny. Here we go. Pop it open. It's always important to do these live fact checks. That way people don't get a high impression of me. No, speaking of high impression of me, time to get myself into a sticky situation. IRGC Brigadier, hold on. IRGC spokesperson Brigadier General Hussein Mohammadi has rejected U.S. President Donald Trump's claim of conducting back-channel talks with the Revolutionary Guards, saying there are no talks between IRGC officials and Americans. I agree with that. There aren't talks, but like he's sending messages for sure because they've been begging Iran to talk. There aren't talks, right? There aren't these back and forth, like, you give us this, I give you that. Like, can we do this? Can I do that? No, he's begging them to make a deal is the talk. That's the talk. Just like how, we are talking. I was going to say, just like how, like, we're not talking right now. Well, okay, if you're listening to this later, just how, like, we're not talking right now, despite the fact that I'm saying words to you and you perhaps asynchronously are saying words to me, like how we're not talking. That's what's happening basically with Donald Trump and the IRGC. He's sending them messages and they're saying things on television that he reacts to. And so, like, they're not really talking, but they are in communication, I guess is, we're going to nuance poison it. But that has been the case from the beginning, because remember stories from the beginning of the war that basically the day after the the day after the decapitation strikes, or at least within like the week after, we'll say, we were already trying to talk to Iran and establish backroom or back channels to re-get the negotiation signed, because they had done something that we didn't expect them to do, which was lash out against all of our assets and friends in the region. And so we have been trying to restart negotiations with them meaningfully and getting various, steps ahead, only to get backslid by Donald Trump's complete aggressive asshole nature. We've been trying to have negotiations with them since we lost the war in week 2, but it's just been completely impeded by the reality that we lost the war in week 2, because we can't make a deal that makes Trump look weak, even though we lost the war in week 2. We've just had constant like delusions from the Donald Trump administration. Well, I mean, they're not delusions, right? They are just based on the way the world used to work and not based on like the current circumstances now. And so a lot of the questions are related to like, well, how come Iran can't pretend the world just works the way that American supremacist propaganda says it does? And the answer is because we can't force them to. And they're not incentivized in any other way to pretend like it should work that way. And so why would they? And that's just the reality of it. Should we do something fun? No. We still have like an hour left. Week 2 was generous. I think that week 2 is around the time that they realized they lost. They lost the moment they pulled the trigger, right? That's when they lost. But I think by week 2, they understood the goals that they wanted to achieve were going to be unable to be achieved via what they had. Maybe they truly believed that they would be able to get like forces internal to the region, like Kurds or various groups in Iran, to like rise up and do the work themselves internally. But that's what the Republicans on Fox News, that's what like, Mark Levin is always saying. That's what like Lindsey Graham was saying and other people were saying before they died. But that was unrealistic. The Kurds know better than to help us, I would imagine, at this point. And there just weren't any people internal to Iran who would be willing to do that for one reason or another. Joel Lopez says, you saw the engineering of events in the first batch of the Epstein files, and 99% of the files were withheld. Those files were sitting on a judge's desk. Congress passed a law to release those files. I mean, Congress is now passing a second law to release those files. They're passing speaking of a patch to the ceasefire, Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna are trying to patch the Epstein Transparency Act, because there just simply wasn't enough of a mechanism for holding them accountable for not actually getting the stuff out there. You guys think we should do a call-in show? I was asking Google for advice about how to like further engage you, and they were saying the Google results were saying that maybe a call-in show would work. Obviously, we're still working on the interview portion. That's mainly just a result of me needing to buy a new computer and me dragging my ass about it, because I have other stuff I've been doing. I have other problems I've been dealing with. Not that you ask. No, you do ask. But no, I just need to buckle down and get it. Call-in show. Well, maybe, yeah, like we'll dedicate some time. We'll dedicate some time to it. Not necessarily a whole show, but some time to it, if I have nothing else to fill time with. But again, I always like to think that the burden of keeping you entertained is my burden, because this is like, my work. And so I do feel bad when I feel like I'm outsourcing that work to you in one way or another, where I'm like, okay, like I'm making you entertain yourselves, even though I know the interactivity is a big portion of the kind of content, which is why I do like to read your chats. But I oftentimes feel like, well, I should be providing the bulk of the content. And I would say I do, but I do feel insecure about sometimes not providing enough content for you if I'm just reading your comments to yourselves. Brandon's seance would be lit. No, never. The great debate too. Like, you want me to debate Candace over Charlie's death? But again, she would beat me because I'm just not following the case. I would never think that I could beat Candace in a debate about basically any topic of the Charlie Kirk case. The only thing that I think would be a defensible position to try to like pin her down on is that she's just using the case to, make money for herself. Any other point about it, I think, is basically unprovable. But I think if you just like dig into the kind of stuff she says on her show, that's like the easiest to prove. But I mean, you can't. So what, right? You can't accuse people of making content. Like, I'm not the content police, but I'm like, yeah, that's what that debate turned into at the end. Where like he just accused her of making content. Like, you're making content. Like, Candace, did you know you're making content and I don't like it? And it's just like, yeah, it's a free country, baby. Dempira, thank you for becoming a member. 16 months in a row, 2 months less, or I should say 2 months fewer than Molly Great Jedi. But that's because I was on Twitch first, because we already had a Twitch channel. So I was like, let's just start with Twitch. The Twitch only days. We got away with so many different things when it was only Twitch. Twitch is like free and fancy. You can just watch television on Twitch, which technically you're supposed to be able to, right? Like, copyright laws are pretty like open about stuff like this, or clear about stuff like this, but you know, it's YouTube, not the copyright. Free will is amazing. It sure is. I want contentious calls. You want to call it and kind of call me out? I mean, you can call me out in the chat. People call me out all the time. They're like, Brandon, why you do this? Brandon, why don't you do that? Brandon, why don't you account for this thing that someone else said? Brandon. And sometimes you're right. Sometimes you call me out and I did make a mistake, and I do want to like make sure that I don't just like blow past it only to have people call me out in the chat later after I like have already forgotten about it. L take, Brandon. I have a lot of terrible takes. You ask for them a lot too. Rufio, thank you for the 2 months in a row. Just want to say, no need to overthink things. We just enjoy having your smiley face in the mornings, exploring nonsense. I appreciate you saying that, but that's not necessarily, again, accurate. I like to think that we can have fun. It's not a burden to me to be thoughtful about the kinds of things that I present to you. I mean, it is actually a burden to me. Like, literally, it costs me time to do things, but you know, that's my job. Like, I could complain about my job if you'd like, but a lot of you have like jobs out there that are way worse than mine, and you probably get paid way less than I do to do, you know, well, maybe not way less than I do considering, but you know what I mean? You get paid around the same amount or slightly more or slightly less to deal with way more bullshit. Like, I always think about it, you know, sometimes I get mean, annoying comments. Some of you guys like work in a grocery store and you get mean, annoying comments trying to help some dummy try to find cilantro in the herb aisle. And you're just like, it's right there. And they're like, what? And you're like, it's right there. And then it turns out they just can't read. And you're like, then they get mad at you. And so I try to keep that in mind, because I don't want to alienate you, but I'm not too good to work. I'm not too good to do my job. A lot of things are annoying. I don't want to be like those people on the USS Abraham Lincoln, or at least that guy who was talking about his daughter or son or whatever person he's paid to talk about like how it's just kind of boring and repetitive. Should we just get into the fun stuff? I don't know. I don't want to start with Russell Brand, because Russell Brand is definitely like a lot, very polarizing figure. What else is in the headline of this fucking show? What else did I put here? MOU tracks back. Oh, Trump backs down. I need my glasses on. Trump backs down in Asia. Oh, and then Russell Brand. Well, we're not going to get to that quite yet. Let's do something else. Let's do another news story. People love the news. I personally don't get it, but people love the news. We demand Brand. Don't say stuff like that. It's not true. What are they talking about on MS Now? Oh, I mean, speaking of the U.S. Abraham Lincoln, I know I'm inviting trouble for myself, but they're saying things are fine there now. Oh, I went back. I picked the wrong claim. I clicked the wrong scene. They're saying things are better there now.
But for now, let's get smarter with the help of our leadoff panel.
No. Here we go. They're saying things are better there now. Like here on this ABC News clip. Should we check it out?
And I'm joined now by the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Mike Mullen. Good to see you, Admiral Mullen. Just your reaction to what you've seen and the deployment 200 days without a port call?
Well, it's significant and it's tough. Those deployments are very, very, very difficult. Historically, we've been able to typically go to a port to take a break, do maintenance, and then come back online. Even back in Vietnam timeframe, we did that. The problem right now is in the AOR, the places we would do that, Bahrain, in the theater, Bahrain, or in the United Arab Emirates, those are targeted right now. In fact, we've, because of that, established a base down in Diego Garcia. But even Diego Garcia, the Iranians have taken a shot at. So the security and the safety and security, obviously these assets is hugely concerning. So there just isn't an easy place to go in terms of a port visit.
You told me you were a bit appalled by this.
Well, I was certainly, from what I could see in the news reports, that the conditions on the ship were certainly of great concern. Now, I know the commanding officer, in particular, the commanding officer of the Lincoln, is working these issues hard. And I also believe the truth probably lies somewhere in the middle. Some of these problems, I was connected with Admiral Cooper last night, who was on the ship yesterday, and he told me he had a really good visit. He said many of these problems were early in the deployment and they were solved. But these are morale issues on a ship, which you really have to focus on. And they have been pressed in combat. The number of missions, the accomplishments. Cooper talked about how significant they have been in the war itself. And my experience is these crews will do absolutely everything to make sure the mission goes well. And they clearly have done that on Lincoln.
And we know that, and we know they're pressed. And Admiral Cooper, we did see fly out there to check on things. He sounds like he has confirmed that there were some problems. If they were problems that were solved, what does that say about the planning to begin with, that they happened at any time during
Well,
the
I think we clearly didn't expect our allies' bases where we have had people before to be wiped out
by the Iranians because of the war.
And that happened in Bahrain and Kuwait and in the UAE. And so those places where we normally would go for some rest and relaxation, they weren't usable. So the planning with respect to that, I think you had to adjust on the fly, and it became very, very difficult to find a place to do that. So basically you end up staying at sea.
I got to be honest, it's stuff like this that makes me feel like, again, and I hate to open myself to criticism, less sympathetic, because like you're complaining about them attacking you back in war. And that's kind of what I've been saying since the beginning, that like there is just this air of untouchability that we expect our enemies to afford us, because we've lied to our soldiers and our people and our allies about this like untouchability being a material reality and not just like a result of this specter of security that we provide for them, that is not something that we're going to be willing or able to actually maintain. And so, you're basically crying that they didn't like leave your playgrounds alone because your soldiers are like sad, right? Like, oh, they didn't, when you were bombing their little girls' schools, they targeted your like ports and bases, your military installations, but those are where your soldiers get to have their R&R. And so now he's saying it's not that big of a deal again, which I think is quite like stark, because we heard like a few weeks of soldiers about to kill themselves and jumping overboard and being in depressive states and starving and stuff like that. And basically now that's lid right on that. All of that, forget about that. Just a little bit of morale problem. That was in the beginning. Somehow that was in the beginning, and now it's better now, because I just spoke to this guy whose daughter or son is there, and this happens all the time, and there's complaining all the time. And Bradley Cooper was there, and he was doing his voice from like Guardians of the Galaxy, and I don't know, right? Like, to me, it all just seems like a coordinated effort to not make people understand what the military is actually like, even when you're in the military, because like a lot of these stories were demotivating. They were disincentivizing of people joining the Army at a time where we want more people to be joining the Army or joining the Navy or whatever. And now the lid seems to be being put on that. Very, very, I think, obvious to me. I'm a very conspiratorial person, in my opinion, and maybe your opinion too. But the fact that these stories are now starting to come out just just one after another. We heard a bunch of stories about how like people were starving to death and stuff like that. And now they're all coming out about how it's a great time on ship. Maybe it's a little hard because of Iran and because we don't give enough money to the military. But actually, it's not so bad as long as you're not some sort of woke cuck. But I don't know. I think that smells like propaganda to me. What do you guys think? Gates9, thank you for the $3 direct tip. Shout outs to the grocery store workers. Please stay engaged in your unions, even though they suck ass, and join DSA. Thank you for the message. Cradley Booper. The Bradley Cooper reference took me a minute. Okay. It was pretty good. I think it was pretty good. I mean, I'm going to go see the new Spider-Man movie, so I'm feeling Marvel pilled. T for all soldiers, estrogen for all citizens, cucks. No, that was all fake, bro. All those stories were fake. We fell for it. We fell for propaganda meant to make us feel bad for people in the Navy. It's actually fine. Don't you feel bad feeling bad for them for like even a half second? It was fine. All right. Since we're doing good news, I have the good news that you should give my stream a like and a subscribe. That's the good news.
And Lincoln, while certainly very much in the headlines now, she is not the first carrier on a long deployment. There have been almost no carriers in recent years that have gotten back home on time. One of the positives of Cooper's visit yesterday is he announced to the crew that they're going home. And I can tell you the uplift in morale when you have that, even if they don't have an exact date, you've got to.
I think it's just so funny too that like I talked to all the people in leadership and they said things are fine. When has that ever not been the case though? Yeah, smash that like people, smash that like people, smash that like people, obliterate that thumbs up.
A relief that George Washington is coming from the Pacific, and so the morale is up significantly from where it was just a few days ago. And I just can't emphasize enough how well this group has performed. And when you're at war, there's always adjustments. You've got to be flexible and adaptable. Things change. So could you plan for this? That would have been pretty difficult to predict.
Okay, and I want to say that, like Bradley Cooper, I'm sure Admiral Cooper raised morale, but let me repeat what President Trump said when asked about the deployment, whether it had gone on too long, and about the mental health. He said, no, adding that it has not been nearly enough. What did you think of that statement?
We focused on mental health.
Too much. Kowalski says, this is what happened, so I don't put words in your mouth. I lost your comment. Let me go back up. Well, something along the lines of this is what happens when you replace logistic people with the war fighters. Yeah, this is what happens when you replace all of the DEI hires and logistic peoples and like trans snipers with like war fighters who are like low T but want to cosplay. Low T war fighters.
25 years coming through the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and all the services have done that.
I just can't hear warfighter without thinking of the last Medal of Honor game, which probably is not a reference many of you will actually get, but it's the Medal of Honor game that basically ended the entire series because of how bad it was. Which is crazy because I used to love Medal of Honor when it was on the GameCube. That was one of the games along with 007 Nightfire that I would play the multiplayer all the time on with my cousins after school. I forget, Medal of Honor Frontline, was that the one? God, Medal of Honor Frontline, that was like OG.
5 years coming through the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and all the services have done that. And there are always challenges with that, even in some of the most benign environments. So I'm sure that the chain of command has addressed that issue.
How about the president's statement, however?
The deployments we learned in Vietnam, we deployed for a year at a time there. That's just too long. You wear yourself out. you actually start to cash in future readiness significantly. These ships, these people, these families, need to basically come back.
Nah, this guy's a cuck. He's not going to speak to it. He's not going to speak to it at all.
Figure out how to get ready for the next pulse, but it takes time to do that. And in particular, with the carriers, I mean, we've only got 11 of them. I was involved in a debate with Rumsfeld back in the early 2000s, who moved us down.
Okay, well, we get it. We get it. You're not going to speak poor about the military. Nothing's wrong. There's no war in Bossing Say. That's what this all feels like, right? I just watched the Avatar movie, the new one. It was kind of based. They should have done a whole series instead. They didn't have enough time to fully, I think, explore the motivations of a lot of the antagonists, including that, big organization called The Denied, which was basically just a retread of the anti-benders in the Korra first season. But whatever. This just gives me real there's no war in Bossing Say vibes. It's definitely, I think, worse than I imagined, right? You know what I mean? I think that all of these coordinated stories coming out from all these vantage points across the media, right? They're the army propaganda complex is getting placement all across our legacy media, because our legacy media is oftentimes just essentially the entertainment arm of our military industrial complex across all platforms, MS Now, ABC, CBS. That's why when a lot of people make there are real bones to make about Barry Weiss, especially with her propagation of genocide propaganda. But when it comes to using that as a sign that CBS is just some kind of standout bad actor in the American media, that's not true. Of course it's not true. It's still, when you think about the full spectrum of American media, it's still, I would say, basically in the middle because of how far right a lot of our media is, and including things like Fox News and Newsmax and stuff like that. It is just, of course, by nature of being CBS, a lot harder to swallow because a lot more people will take it seriously because it's CBS. But that being said, our legacy media is oftentimes just the entertainment arm of the military industrial complex. And nothing has made me more sure of that than these last few days of stories where every person from our military who has a reason to be promoting the party line, maybe not former military members who are currently Democrats who are worried about the soldiers because they were maybe soldiers in the military, but all of the brass, all of the people, propagandists are coming out getting placements on all of these shows to tell you how it's actually not that bad on this ship. That CNN video where they talked to the Democrat who was a former veteran for 3 or 4 minutes and who's currently on the Armed Services Committee, and then talk to the dad for 12 minutes to tell you how Gen Z soldiers are soft. That was mind-blowing to me. But that's propaganda for you. People won't, Brian Talmy, thank you for the $5 Canadian. You mean Barry Weiss the murderer? A lot of people are saying that. Doot_Doot. Thank you for the 501 tip. I don't know, but I've been told the Strait of Hormuz is mighty close. That's not true. It's now the Strait of Epstein because Trump has claimed it for U.S.-Israeli interest. Do these ships have a small TV in the commissary projecting this all back at the soldiers? I was actually reading a story, maybe in the BBC or whatever, about how they want to put computer gooner rooms on British ships because of how long they're out. Maybe they're learning from this disaster right now, but they're thinking about adding big gooner rooms with gamer chairs for British Navy officers or whatever. I think Chokin said that they're in Birmingham. I've been to Birmingham. I came to Birmingham for a book talk for the Garth Marenghi and Carcerat book tour. I thought it was good. Birmingham, I mean. I got great breakfast from this place. There's a mall. Just saw an amazing Telegraph article about how everyone is being mean to Israel over Eurovision. I think that if I could be a little bit churlish, I've hated Israel and Eurovision for a lot longer because of how bad their music is. And a lot of people are late to the, we want Israel out of Eurovision train simply because of the genocide. And I agree that's definitely the thing that should be the straw that breaks the camel's back. But I also think that their music is bad enough that they should be totally excluded. Very few Israeli songs in Eurovision, I think, are worthy of being there. The only country, ironically, worse than Israel in Eurovision is literally the United Kingdom. No, Eurovision's great. If you're a connoisseur of cultural events, Eurovision is one of the best in the world. Wow, you hate Jewish rap? No, I love the Beastie Boys. How dare you? How dare you say that? RP MCA. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Everyone's gonna be mad. That's my promise. That's what I should change the tagline of the show to. Everyone's gonna be mad at some point. Even me. Oh yeah, shit. Let's do this flesh-eating bacteria case thing. I kept forgetting about this. This is what happens when you don't have time to prepare because you're editing your own videos. But yeah, let's do some of this flesh-eating bacteria stuff. But I also, now that I'm looking at the flesh-eating bacteria story I wanted to cover, there's also another video running interference for the lack of supplies on the USS Abraham Lincoln. So I just want to see if this is really just the new party line. This is on NBC. So we've watched stuff on ABC, CNN, and now NBC, as well as News Nation, obviously, about how people are just kind of making it up. Maybe. Let's see if NBC is holding the line.
Forces Central. Tonight, concerns about another carrier ship in the Middle East, with U.S. Naval Forces Central Command denying a new report of a supply crisis on the USS Boxer.
Oh, shit.
A family member telling...
Oh, this is a different one. Oh, man. That's what I get for just clicking a clip. There's another ship in trouble. Oh, man. Oh, man. Don't worry. We're coming for you, Iran. The other
Tonight,
crisis.
Concerns about another carrier ship in the Middle East, with
That's
U.S.
my
Naval
bad.
Forces Central Command denying a new report of a supply crisis on the USS Boxer. A family member telling the left-leaning Midas Touch News that women have run out of feminine hygiene items, writing they were begging us to send products, but none got delivered. Navy CENTCOM calling the claim false, adding the ship is fully equipped and has had 2 major deliveries this month. A social media account for the ship posting these photos today showing Marines and sailors distributing fresh deliveries.
Bro, these photos are sending me. No, yeah. The CENTCOM is denying that they're hunting Red October on the USS Boxer without any protection. Oh, these photos. Oh, crazy.
Is fully equipped and has had
Stock
2 major
photos.
deliveries this month. A social media account for the ship posting these photos today showing Marines and sailors distributing fresh deliveries, writing stocked, supplied, ready. It comes after service members on the USS Abraham Lincoln reported dealing with poor conditions, a longer than usual deployment, and low morale, according to their relatives. President Trump and the Pentagon dismissing it all.
We know they're not.
Those aren't AI photos. They don't look AI. You just think that they look uncanny because they're like stock photos. Like, because like, I don't think that they need to be AI. Although this dude's hand, I will say, this dude's hand does look like it's missing a finger. Like where is his other finger, bro? No, wait, oh shit, his hand is fucked up. No, it can't be. This has to just be like red. This. Oh no, this has to just be like the poor resolution. Crazy. Yeah, when I saw like Fitba, I just assumed, no, this is Fit Bar. I guess, but like it's getting. I just assumed this was like a resolution issue, but like his hands look crazy now that I'm looking at it. Like this whole box looks crazy now I'm looking at it. Like how does this box work at all? Oh no, brother, no, 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 no. What is this box? And this is from CENTCOM. They said. Yeah, like look at the box's corners. Like, how does this box work? Like, look at this dude's hands, and how does like this box work at all? Like, because you can see the angle. Like, they think people are stupid as hell. Like, because you can see the angle, and I'm not saying it's not possible that this is a real photo, I guess, but you can see the angle that the box is being held at. And you can see like that it's not reflective of like the angle of the other opposing side. And the box seems to be closed. And so that doesn't make any sense. Not to mention this person's fingers up here. Like, this is crazy. No, 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 no. Like, we got to, and this is from CENTCOM itself.
Deliveries this month. A social media account for the ship posting these photos today showing Marines and sailors distributing fresh deliveries, writing stocked, supplied, ready. It comes after service members on the USS Abraham Lincoln reported.
It doesn't even matter if they're real. I'm just saying that, like, when I zoomed in there, it looked fake, but it doesn't matter because they could just be stock images. It doesn't. It's very silly.
Dealing with poor conditions, a longer than usual deployment, and low morale, according to their relatives. President Trump and the Pentagon dismissing it all.
We know they're not.
On Saturday, the U.S. Admiral overseeing the war effort visited the Lincoln, according to Central Command. Admiral Brad Cooper on board the ship as it prepares to make the journey home.
It's a non-Euclidean box. Just get over it. The box, they got a delivery from the MC Escher plant. It's just get over it, brother. Get over it. The L Factory, thank you for the $10 direct tip. Uh-oh, do we have a new baby? Hello, wanted to report the newest member of the Flat Pack, the Brandonites. My son Henry was born this morning, right as you started streaming. Congrats to us all. Congrats to you, L Factory. Happy, 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 I guess, birthday to Henry. Let's go. Let's get some happy birthdays to Henry. You know I love a good birthday boy. Let's get some happy birthdays, Henry, in the chat. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. Name him Brandon instead. You can't do that anymore because of the whole Joe Biden thing. I don't I don't think that's a good idea. There can be only one now. W L Factory, W Henry. Welcome to the brand wagon.
Central Command.
Counting Worms, thank you for the resubscription. Oh my God, we have a baby. That's right. A beautiful baby Henry.
Tips. President Trump and the Pentagon dismissing it all.
We know they're not.
On Saturday, the U.S. Admiral overseeing the war effort visited the Lincoln, according to Central Command. Admiral Brad Cooper on board the ship as it prepares to make the journey home. The USS George Washington to be deployed in its place. Senator Ruben Gallegos says he communicated with the spouse of a service member on the Lincoln, who reports the issues are ongoing.
As of 3 days ago, she was sharing with me text messages that her husband was forwarding to her, as well as pictures. You're going to have problems with retention once people get back and families start meeting again.
Key Senate Democrats are pressing the Pentagon for answers. In a new letter to Secretary Pete Hegseth, all 13 Democrats on the Armed Services Committee asking what led to food and water shortages, broken plumbing, and mental health crises severe enough that multiple sailors reportedly attempted to go overboard, and asking for a clear timeline for the crew's return. Julie Sirkin, NBC News.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay up.
This story becoming like subsumed by the propaganda in real time. Like the cries of the sailor, the cries of the poor sailors being just like drowned out by like mainstream legacy media propaganda, like muddying the waters or just like totally filling their lungs. It's like a very stark metaphor. It's almost like they're both literally and metaphorically drowning. And I don't mean that like to be dismissive. I mean that like literally metaphorically, because it's just like we got a little peek of them about, you know, how they're struggling, seeing them splashing at the water. And then like the mainstream media, like a riptide, is just pulling them down. So you just don't see it. Have you seen the video of the bathrooms? Ew, no. Is that like the sequel to the back rooms? Are people fucking in them? I already ruined the monetization with all of the slip and slide talk in the beginning. Brian told me, thank you for the $20 Canadian. Happy born day, comrade Henry. Happy born day. 100% AI. Do you guys want to go over to the CENTCOM page and look at it more and like closely? We have a time. I just don't, it doesn't really matter whether it's AI or not. I just felt like it looked very strange to me just looking at it. CENTCOM, well, no, it's like from the ship itself, the USS Boxer. Yeah, I think this is the, wait, it has its own, no. Let me see if I can find this. I think it has its own crypto now. Okay, it's from U.S. 5th Fleet, I think. Where are these photos? The 5th Fleet account. Okay, but we do have some photos of the food on the Abraham Lincoln. Crazy. This is what war looks like, folks. That cobbler? They're doing all right. Oh, yuck. They legit said we mixed things together and that was everything being offered, not the what I'll eat. This was a scoop of everything, and beans were some of the worst I tasted, even with any salt, pepper, hot sauce I added. I mean, they're eating. Not well, but they're eating. Where are these? I don't want to scroll through Twitter without having like it off the screen, but where are these photos? Media. You know how Twitter can be. They're giving them literally corpo slop. And you guys complain about kava. Gosh, I love that spicy feta though. Let me just look up the actual page. US 5th Fleet. They might have literally taken them down because they looked really bad in my opinion. If I'm not, mincing words, they looked really bad. Where's this delivery? I really can't find this tweet right now. Maybe one of you can find it and put it into the chat, but I can't find it. And I don't want to waste tons of time looking for it. Based on what I saw in this video, we can look at it again in the video if you'd like. We can like just scroll back. Maybe I can find the name of the tweet.
Tonight, concerns about another carrier ship in the Middle East with U.S. naval forces.
Let's see. Hold on. Where is it? What is it from? Oh, this is on Facebook. That's why. Oh, so of course it's AI. It's Facebook. No, that changes my. I thought it was on Twitter. It would definitely been AI if it was on Twitter too. But I'm just saying the fact that it's on Facebook, USS Boxer HLD. I can't pull it up because I don't have a Facebook account. But yeah, no, for sure. Like for sure it's AI then. I thought it was like something from Twitter, which would have been dubious, of course. But Facebook, yeah, it's of course AI slop. I had beans last night for dinner too. Oh yes, let's do this flesh-eating virus story. Crazy stuff. There are a lot of outbreaks going on in the United States of America. I remember when I said that there wasn't actually statistically more earthquakes happening than in previous years, but I feel like there are definitely more outbreaks happening in America, like really serious ones, than there have been previously.
This
This is prime time for America's coasts, but in the warm waters lurks a hidden danger, the naturally occurring bacteria Vibrio vulnificus, which can cause flesh-eating infections. It puts 17-year-old Josiah Thompson in the hospital this summer after he went swimming with a cut off the coast of Niceville, Florida, says his mom, Tirza.
How big was the scratch on Josiah's leg?
It was a nick. It was a very scary experience.
Josiah needed 2 surgeries to stop the infection.
Thankfully, we felt like there was no bone affected. It was all soft tissue.
There are 80,000 cases a year, reports the CDC, and the infections kill 1 in 5 people. This year, Florida reports 2 deaths, Louisiana 5. There, officials urge beachgoers to take precautions. You get Vibrios swimming in salt or brackish water with an open cut or eating raw or undercooked shellfish.
We have to move quickly. Sometimes it can, within hours or even one day, a person can lose a limb. It's a pretty serious infection.
Symptoms include fever, chills, and a painful rash. Once mainly in the Gulf Coast, cases now happen as far north as New England. And climate change heating the oceans is thought to be why.
Oh.
Josiah is now back in school with just a scar and a summer memory no one wants. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Crazy stuff. Of course, it's spreading due to climate change. I mean, it's always been the danger, not that it's just a thing that impacts like literal weather, but that bacteria and other pathogens are impacted as well, not just in getting released from the Arctic glaciers where they're trapped, but just expanding from places or like attaching to animals that they otherwise wouldn't have attached to. Heat increases biological activity. Well, what the problem with that is only up until a point. And what point for you really depends. Yeah, 1 in 5 is not good chances, brother. The plot of I think I'm going to finish Widow's Bay this week. I'm going to challenge myself to have a good time and not just work. So I'm going to see Spider-Man and also Widow's Bay. I'm going to watch Widow's Bay. People keep saying anything but Russell Brand. I don't think that's true. I'm just waiting until the time is right. I know a lot of people prefer the news. I prefer the news too sometimes, over Russell Brand, obviously. Loved Widow's Bay. I'm excited for it. I watched the first episode. I should say we didn't talk about it, but a lot of that information about the back channel apparently between Trump and the IRGC came from, and this might surprise you, Axios article. I'm sure I'll enjoy the new Spider-Man movie. I think they've been pretty good. My main criticism of the Sony Spider-Man movies, like the Tobey Maguire, but the Tom Holland ones, is that the last one was very heavy with the like interpersonal drama between him and Mary Jane that I did not feel like I really wanted. Because I do feel like a lot of times Marvel overestimates how much I care about, like, a lot of like the superficial bullshit that Marvel fans care about, when I'm just looking for like to have the, my brain light up from like explosions and colors and stuff. And so like I was really disappointed by how little the 3 Spider-Mans were used. And I was like, you got a lot of time where they're just talking about going to MIT. And I get that the audience is probably, going to resonate with that because they're children. But I would love to see like a 3 Spider-Mans cut where like everything is just more 3 Spider-Mans. X-Men 97 is great. Enough with the blabber. Exactly. Too much blabber. You guys probably think that about me too, and I can agree. Brevity is the soul of wit, and I definitely feel that way when I'm listening to myself back editing, especially when it's a Candace debate. How can you blame the people who are fighting the war for fighting in a war that's so crazy? Well, they're fighting against us, obviously. What's going on the Valuetainment podcast? Dare I ask? I mean, besides the Candace Owens debate. Meh, nothing. Nothing fun. How much did PBD get paid to sit there? I hope enough. He probably got paid in like brand opportunities. You know what PBD is? That Candace debate was a workout. It definitely was. Paid in diamond digital watches. He got to like promote all of his little like products. You got to see his like clown shoes, his capris that he was wearing. Lazy, that's me. I can't say that he was just sitting there smiling. Towards the end, maybe you didn't watch the entire thing like we were forced to, but PBD had some really good questions, especially if the debate wasn't actually going to be so much of Candace and the other guy going back and forth, because about a third of the way through, he kind of consigned himself to just being the question axer, which I guess is what he wanted ultimately to begin with, to just sit down and interrogate her about her ideas, which she chastised him for, I think, rather effectively. But even in that stance, he didn't ask as many good questions as I think PBD did about like her ideas, at least insofar that they were like, trying to get to those, like to like that question, versus him just trying to trap her in like random like logical fallacies. Because I think that was more like, that was more his focus, when he could have just been asking like actual real questions. Like PBD had some good questions, like only like two, but that felt like two more than he had. And it wasn't even his debate. It really just became at the end like, two guys asking Candace Owens to explain her favorite Charlie Kirk conspiracies to them. I bet PBD smells quite good, actually, says Herman Cain 2028. I bet ghosts think humans smell pretty good. Did you see there's going to be a new, what's the name of that movie series? Conjuring, not Conjuring. Insidious, that's it. I always forget. There's going to be a new Insidious movie. I kind of don't like those movies. I've never really enjoyed them, actually. Semantic battles really only work against people who are really bad at talking, or people who are, like we're seeing with legacy media, people who are not incentivized to really just like dispense with all of the like stupid shit and like pin you down, right? The idea that you can win these debates like just with stupid semantic games is only because like a lot of like what is modeled in our legacy media is liberals holding back. Like liberals holding back on conservatives because they want to uphold the two-party system's legitimacy. It's actually very hard to win an argument with somebody who is not like incentivized to let you win, or incredibly stupid with just like dumb rhetorical and semantic tricks. Like, have you ever tried to win a fight with like someone you're dating like that? It never works, right? It just doesn't. It doesn't even really work in informal situations. If the person is not dumb enough, it can appear to work online because you're only appealing to your own audience, and then you can like run away. But like semantic arguments, like very rarely, like I think, actively sway anyone's like opinion about things, because like that's just a reality of language that people who specialize in language, like writers and pundits, don't want to really grapple with, which is that language for most people is a best fit sort of situation where I'm just trying to express my ephemeral thoughts and feelings and affectations and whatever to the best of my ability and have you understand them to the best of your ability. I'm not so concerned with choosing every single right word or like engaging in these like bad faith, like rhetorical tricks. And when people see that happen, it doesn't make them think that you're smart. It doesn't make people think that you're smart when you engage in like really stupid semantic arguments. It just makes them think that you're being disingenuous or you're dishonest. But amongst right wingers in like the pundit space, you know, when you're trying to let people off the hook or like have like a culture of unaccountability like flourish, any argument, any like excuse becomes a fine excuse. Even if it wouldn't, like I said, even if it wouldn't get you out of an argument with like your mom or an argument with your girlfriend, like it just really doesn't really hold up. But a lot of people have been like convinced that it will by like having these incredibly bad faith artificial boundary conversations on platforms that they control, right? That argument style can work on a platform that you control, but if you don't control the platform and the person is good at speaking, even just like decent at speaking, they will absolutely be able to see through like that trick and identify it and make you look foolish in front of the audience. About syntactic arguments, I prefer tactile arguments. Yeah, I mentioned that Hayden Panettiere died. I'm not sure exactly how, but that's sad for sure. I used to love Heroes. Save the cheerleader, save the world. Yeah, I never got into Lost, but I watched a lot of Heroes. Heroes was really disrupted by that writer strike. But I mean, by that point, the story had already kind of resolved itself to not be, the first and second season. I should go back and watch it, see if it still holds up. All right. I think we've wasted enough time. Let's dig into the latest episode of Sunday Service. We'll do a few more chats, then we'll get into it. No more effing about. Yeah, it's almost Sunday Service time. Save the cheerleader, save the world. Is there new heroes? Or you mean a new Sunday Service? There is a new Sunday Service. I can never get into Lost. I have never made it even 5 episodes into the show, and I have tried very, very frequently. Well, at least I used to. I don't do that anymore, but there was like a time for like 2 or 3 years where I would try to watch Heroes at least like twice a year, and I would never get very far into it. I don't know why. I just kind of bounce off of it. But when it comes, not Heroes Lost, I mean, I don't know why I kind of just bounce off of it, but I bounce off of Lost very hard. Like I just can't get into it at all. I think you really had to be there, ultimately. I think you had to be there when it was like an event. And Heroes was that for me. And they overlapped, I think, in terms of when they were televised. But I think you had to be there when it was like an event. And for me, I just am not like, I just wasn't there, really. Well, I mean, I was, but it just didn't resonate with me at the time. Which is crazy because I do like any kind of story that involves like planes and people getting trapped somewhere with that kind of thing. I haven't watched Yellow Jackets or anything like that, but I would think of the Langoliers as one of my favorite things. And I even tried that Manifest show, but that one was really bad too, if I'm being honest. There are a lot of Lost clone shows though, but I do enjoy Lost clone shows, even if I'm not going to finish from Lost, Prison Break, Heroes with a real different time. Yeah, that's true. Prison Break was on all the time. I haven't ever seen even a single episode of Prison Break, but I still feel like I know so much about it from all of the commercials they would play all the time. I did watch that other show, which I think also has Dominic Purcell in it. And what is it called? John Doe? Not to mention that he's in Legends of Tomorrow, whatever that DC CW show, which is terrible. Legends of Tomorrow is such a terrible show. I watched a good amount of it. I wanted to give it a try. I will admit, I definitely wanted to give it a try. Grodd Obama scene. You got to really spell it out to get his show. Where are the Psych and Monk chuds? I do like Psych. I watched a lot of Psych. I remember when Psych premiered. You guys remember the Psych burn notice block on what, USA Network? I didn't get into Monk until later, and I haven't ever seen all of Monk. If you like detective shows, though, I would definitely suggest Pushing Daisies. I think they get up to a lot of detective work in Pushing Daisies. Yeah, that's what it's about. But yeah, I would definitely recommend Pushing Daisies. I never got into Suits. I think that it was very hard for me to get into Suits. I tried to watch it after like I got into the Meghan Markle Harry marriage for a variety of reasons, mainly due to the reality TV show I Want to Marry Harry, and then also the trilogy of Lifetime movies that were a dramatization of them getting married. I want to like Monk, but I haven't had the time. It's pretty good. Did you ever watch Dead Like Me? I love Dead Like Me. One of my favorite shows. I think that it's a little bit polarizing now, though, but I love Dead Like Me. I've seen it many times. I've seen Dead Like Me more than I've seen Pushing Daisies. Another good show, Middlemen. That used to come on what, Fox Family or something? Have you ever checked out Ludwig Göransson, the musician who makes like the music for, well, a lot of stuff actually? You can watch Dead Like Me on Tubi. Have you seen Evil? I have seen Evil. I like that episode of Evil where they think that the girl is killed by a ghost, but she's actually killed by like systemic racism instead. Like that was a real like gut punch. I also like Evil because there's one episode of Evil where the actor who plays Lionel Luthor on Smallville is in it, and I always love to see the actors from Smallville and stuff. I love the idea that you could use math to solve crimes. You can definitely use math to solve crimes. Evil's the one with the guy who plays Luke Cage in the Marvel show, right? I'm thinking of the right one, where it's like the priest and like the lady who solves kind of like religious phenomenon. He did Odyssey. I think he does a lot of Christopher Nolan soundtracks. I haven't watched a lot of the Fargo TV show. I'm gonna watch a lot of TV this weekend. I always know of Ludwig, or I think of Ludwig Göransson from his work with Childish Gambino, though. Right? Yeah, he did a lot with Donald Glover. I haven't watched a few things that are on my to-do list. My to-do list, my to-watch list. I need to finish. Well, I need to finish a bunch of stuff actually, but need to finish Widow's Bay. I want to watch Pluribus, which I haven't even started. I haven't started Severance either, actually. I want to see what Teenage Sex in Death at Camp Miasma, and I want to see the new Spider-Man movie. And, you know, I guess I just have to buckle down and do it. Atlanta's pretty funny. Atlanta's a great show. I haven't seen Brand New Day yesterday. I haven't seen Brand New Day yet. Yesterday. I'm gonna see it in a few days. Have you seen Lazarus? That movie with Childish Gambino in it? That movie is really bad, actually. Unless you mean something else. Like, if you mean the literal biblical figure, Lazarus. The Atlanta episode about the Goofy movie is insane. That one is insane. The one that really sticks out to me is the one about like the ghost of the like immigrant nanny. That one is really good too. Like there are a lot of really good episodes of Atlanta. Pepto Asthma, thank you for the $1 donation. Wow, I forgot about I Want to Marry Harry. Some excellent slop. That and Daisy of Love are great. Well, I Want to Marry Harry is a sequel to Joe Millionaire, the Fox reality TV show where they trick women into thinking that they're marrying a millionaire, but it's just like some guy. And Daisy of Love, I think that's like the spinoff of Rock of Love, the one that's a spinoff of Flavor of Love, which is with Bret Michaels from Poison. I never watched any of those VH1 shows. I was never a big dating show fan, except for I Want to Marry Harry for the obvious reason. For me to watch a dating show, it has to have a pretty big like twist, like a date, because some people can watch The Bachelor and The Bachelorette and turn their brain off and be like, these people are trying to find love or like enjoy that drama. Dating drama is boring. Like most dating drama, especially on reality TV, is incredibly boring. It's ultimately like watching debates on reality TV, just like watching morons try to logic themselves out of problems that they don't need to be in, essentially, with like really, really like flawed critical thinking skills. And so it can just be a kind of a hard watch for me, but there are quite a few dating reality TV shows that are quite funny. My favorite, and if you don't mind being problematic, I'll mention it again, is Playing It Straight, which is a Bachelorette ripoff where the premise is that, you know, it's like 24 guys or whatever, but half of the guys, or around half of the guys, we don't know exactly how many of the guys are gay, are secretly gay. And if she picks as her mate a secretly gay guy, he pockets all of the money. And if she picks a straight guy, they share the money. And it's an amazing show. Very fun to watch, obviously. Which other good dating shows are something that can like actually sit through? There's like a British one that's not really a dating reality show, but it's like a couples therapy show. It's called Blue Therapy. That one's pretty fun. There's definitely a lot of drama on that. I was watching this Dutch one called Undercover Lover, where the premise is that some of them are just like actually secretly in a relationship. I'm not even really sure, and I've been trying to figure it out how like you actually win this show. I'm not really quite like clear on what the parameters are for winning, but I think that dating shows are my least favorite of the reality show like big buckets. I've mentioned my belief that reality shows basically fit into like a kind of pyramid of different types of pure reality show that like encompass all of the different subtypes of reality show, ranging from like skilled competition to unskilled competition to like slice of life. And, you know, everything falls in like that within those parameters, basically. But dating shows are like the one big bucket that I find to be kind of boring. They're pretty boring. Ricky Lake, Tool Academy. Yes. There's also a British Tool Academy too. Tool Academy UK. There's a British one too that's not like a dating show. It's like a almost, how do you call it? Like, it's not like a dating reality show where you're like following couples trying to do anything. It's a show where you pick like someone to date from a trio of options, but the premise is that like you don't get to know anything other than how they look naked. It's called like Naked Attraction. My favorite new reality TV show, though, is this one. I think it's on Fox that's being produced by Sylvester Stallone. It's called Extracted. It's kind of like Alone, or Naked and Afraid, mostly like Alone. But the premise is that there are like 8 people who are trapped in the Pacific Northwest forest of some part of Canada. Well, the Pacific Northwest part of Canada, obviously. And in like a location nearby, their families get to watch them survive, and the families participate in challenges, and the people trapped in the wilderness participate in challenges in order to secure resources. But only the families can decide when the person gets extracted from the forest. And so like the essential premise is that like they all sit around and watch their family members like suffer in the woods. They say suffer, but really it's not that bad ultimately. It's definitely no Naked and Afraid in terms of like how much they suffer. But of course, like being the mother of somebody in the forest, like that's a little bit hungry, is like a psychological torture, and like the mind games they play amongst each other. It's a good show. I watch a lot of Traders too, but like traders in terms of the different regional variations are not made equal. Like US traders, in my opinion, is unwatchable because I don't watch a lot of the like really slop reality TV shows like Beverly Hills Housewives or stuff like that. And so I just never recognize the like the celebrities on that show. But at the same time, it's also just like not fun when a show's like when a reality TV show's contestants are all like celebrities on other TV shows, because then they're just not giving you like the, you know, the oomph of people who aren't professionally on television, even if they are just like reality TV show stars. The UK version is pretty good in terms of like they get really into the game, which is fun. Like they get really like animated about the game element of it. The best version, in my opinion, is the Australian version. Like the Australian version, and I would even say the New Zealand version, are like the peak traders. They get like really like, not only do they get into the game, like the Australians are very physical. So it's like the best of both worlds, where like on the UK version, they can be very cerebral, oftentimes getting into their own heads too much. And that can be fun about the Australian version too, but they also can like, you know, essentially get into like a fight, which is super fun. The New Zealand version is the only version that I've ever watched where it felt like the actual non-traders were capable of like deducing who the traders are, because the actual game of traders, I think the reality TV show is not very well, I don't know, well developed. There are a lot of things about it that, in my opinion, could be tightened up. A few of the things, in my opinion, that can be tightened up are that the challenges themselves are very boring. Like if you actually watch an episode of Traders, in my opinion, whenever they're doing a challenge that's not like a kind of cerebral challenge, they make them do some like physical challenges, which are often a waste of time. Any challenge that's not them like doing something that involves like matching or remembering a pattern is often just super boring. And functionally speaking, there's no real way for the non-traders to figure out like who the traders are. There's just no real tell. Like people just aren't so sophisticated in talking that they don't have the capacity to mess up when they speak in such a way that like makes them seem guiltier than they actually are. Like, so there really should be something done about the fact that like the people who are not the traders need to have some ability to actually tell who the traders are, and they currently just really don't. Like every season of the traders is essentially just the traders beating themselves because like they become like greedy or like paranoid about each other. They should be running through the wipeout course. Not every show needs like physical challenges. Some shows like really benefit from more cerebral challenges. I watch TV from all around the world, mostly reality TV though, because it helps you understand the world better. Another reality TV show that I watched that has a lot of regional variations is called Hunted, where it's essentially a bunch of people running around in pairs in parts of the world trying to escape like the surveillance state. The Australian version is okay. The UK version is the best. Haunted. I lost the YouTube chat again. It's crazy. I haven't watched a lot of Drag Race. I've watched a lot of America's Top Model and what's the other one? Project Runway. Well, not a lot, because there are a lot of seasons. I've watched like 3 or 4 seasons of both of those. I never really watched I Love New York either. I did watch a lot of like Black Ink Crew when it was coming on VH1, or was that on BET? I think it was on VH1. Black Ink Crew was incredibly trashy. Basically, every Ink Crew show was incredibly trashy. I watched a lot of Love and Hip Hop too. You watching any anime? I got to catch up on Black Torch. I got to catch up on a lot of anime. I haven't even begun watching season 4 of Thousand Year Blood War. All right, have we finished Delaying the Inevitable? Gosh, I feel like having a smoke. I feel like Andrew Wilson needing a fucking smoke before getting into this Russell Brand clip. You know what? In fact, I'll put them. Ink Masters is a great competition show. I would say if you asked me to give you my top 5 reality competition shows, or even just like reality TV shows in terms of how enjoyable they are, I think that Ink Master is definitely in the top 5, especially if you allow me to cordon it off to like a certain range of seasons, because we know that any sufficiently long reality TV show becomes a little bit it becomes a little bit becomes bad as it gets along. Like the golden age of reality TV is basically over, but Ink Master was very good. I think that Ink Master, in terms of like the competition, it's a skilled competition show where the consequences are very high and the personalities are very strong. It's almost like a Hell's Kitchen in that way, except that in Hell's Kitchen, no one ever really gets food poisoned, even if someone does eat like a raw lobster once or twice and that person happens to be pregnant. People do get terrible tattoos on Ink Master, and so it is a very enjoyable show, for sure. But like, yeah, Hell's Kitchen is another one of my favorites. Hell's Kitchen is not as good as it used to be, but Hell's Kitchen is definitely in my top. Well, maybe definitely top 5. But now that I'm thinking about it, I have a lot in my top 5. But first few seasons of Hell's Kitchen are peak. The Amazing Race, I think, is my GOAT, though. Like, I love The Amazing Race. The Amazing Race is why I moved, because I was trapped during the pandemic, and watching The Amazing Race and watching like all the beautiful parts of the world really made me like really want to appreciate why, like, just like how interesting the whole world is. I had never really had an appetite for travel because I was American before, but like being trapped in the pandemic in my apartment and then like watching tons of Amazing Race, I was like, I gotta see the world. Like, Old Amazing Race is amazing. Although the last season, not the most recent, but the one before that, the one that's before the Big Brother season, is actually really good. I like that one. It was like a return to form. I will say though, I think one of my favorite hidden gem reality TV shows, besides Playing It Straight, is another one called Ton of Cash, where the premise is that, like, and this is the VH1 as well, a VH1 show as well. The premise is that they have a ton of cash that they have to transport manually from one place to another, through a variety of obstacle courses over, a series of days and challenges, and they can only keep the money that they actually like physically can transport. It's a very simple task, but it manages to be very compelling. Kitchen Nightmares is one of my favorite shows. My mother was on an episode of Kitchen Nightmares, not as like the kitchen or whatever, or the restaurant owner, but as like one of the people eating in the restaurant. One of the recent episodes too. I've spoke about this in the past. She said that Chef Ramsay smells really good. That's my dream job, being on Kitchen Nightmares. I wouldn't want to be on that show because I got that before. I don't like that part where like I could be eating and Chef Ramsay burst through the door and he's like, "No one take another bite." I would immediately get sick. Like, even if there was nothing wrong with my food, if Gordon Ramsay burst into the restaurant I was in and I was like halfway through my meal and he was like, "Everyone stop eating right now," I would immediately get salmonella poisoning. I would go like, "Oh no, chef, what did I eat?" Like, "Chef, what did I eat?" "This place is toxic." You're like, "Oh no." Him or like, yeah, like him or any of those guys. Like, I would not be able to handle it. "Chef, am I gonna die?" "Yeah. It's fucking raw." Apparently she said the food wasn't good. They gave her raw food and she told him, and that he like stormed off back into the kitchen and she could hear yelling and then like plates crashing. And she felt bad because she knew how he could be, and so but he asked her directly and he was just like, "How is the food, love?" And she was like, and he was like, I see you haven't eaten much of it." And she was like, "Well, it's a little raw." And he was like, "It's a little raw." I mean, you don't have to be like Sherlock Holmes or Sean from Psych to walk past somebody and see if they haven't taken a bite of their food or only a few bites of their food. But you know he's going to notice something like that. I do love a good bar rescue episode, though. Like, the early ones were so fun. Especially the ones where it's just like frat bros or like retired cops or firefighters who do it. All right. Give me a second. I need to prepare myself. I got to prepare myself for what's going on. I feel like I'm not prepared. Infinite slop for the hungry hordes. People need their reality TV show. Yeah, so Sunday service is back. You'll have to forgive me for taking myself off screen. I don't need any other heat. I feel like this one is streamed and it looks as though they're back in Florida. So they're back from their undisclosed location. A lot of you guys said that that wasn't going to happen. You said that they were going to like flee the law, and I'm glad to see that you were wrong. Because I value law and order. Okay. Whew, I'm ready. Give me a second. I need to prepare myself. This part's not going to go in the clip. I need to prepare myself. We have a report here that I don't feel the need to put on airs. I didn't know if this was going to come back because he took 2 weeks off after saying that they would only take 2 weeks off. Or no, I should say he took 2 weeks off after saying that they would only take 1 week off. Seems as though they traveled back to Florida from wherever they were, their undisclosed location previously. I truly wasn't sure if they would ever be back to making this kind of content. The last episode seemed to end in a place that, well, I mean, it ended when I turned it off because I didn't watch the whole thing. But the tone of the episode seemed to indicate that she was quite frustrated with him and quite irritated with, I guess, their whole lifestyle. Because if you'll recall, we started watching it basically right when they moved from where they are living currently in Florida to take an extended vacation or stay in some part of the world that we were not privy to knowing where. And that was probably hard for her because it seems as though she does a lot of the taking care of the kids herself. And then, like, you know, taking her out of her support community to just move her to like Southeast Asia or whatever is going to be a lot difficult. And, you know, especially given everything that's going on. And so that might have been the cause of a little bit of irritation, might have been the cause of a little bit of consternation. But it seems as though they're back to where they're currently staying, awaiting the trial to begin this fall. I believe in October, but it might be September, but I'm remember saying October. But of course, these things are subject to change. Why don't we just check in with the brand, see how they're doing? So this episode might be a little bit more raw than you guys are used to, because as you can tell from the, you know, undertitle here, it was streamed and it was not like professionally edited. So I guess let's prepare ourselves for like Russell Brand and Company Unfiltered. You guys excited that he's back?
With you in a new way of being, Lord.
Jumping right into the prayer. I got to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised. I just didn't think that this was kind of right for, and you'll have to forgive me for the play on words, his brand. I am happy personally and shamelessly. I am happy it's back because people love this content. I can't say that I understand why. And I love to give people what they want. So let's just check in with the brands. See, they're back in Florida. I hope they don't get flesh-eating virus.
We're back with a bang. We're back with a bang, Massey.
No place in you.
There's a microphone for you.
Take me for.
I'm going to mute that because it's probably copyrighted music. I might never unmute it, actually. Would you like that if I just left it mute the whole time?
We're on record. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, they're off on a good start. She doesn't sound too sure, actually, but they might be off to a good start.
Can you open that for me, please?
You better believe it, baby.
Okay, that was good.
Hello?
You sure?
We're on record. Yeah.
To Sunday service.
Cheers.
With the brand.
I love this show.
Quite enough out Chaz and Dave.
Yeah. Mm.
I don't care if he comes round here. Got my beer in the sideboard here.
I'm starting to think.
What is happening?
Right, I'm starting to think that's not really Sunday service vibes.
Sorry about that. That's working class Britain in the 1980s.
That's
okay,
right.
they're happy.
Right,
I'm glad they're
start
happy.
with silence. Let's not be afraid.
People
of
think I'm
silence,
mean,
Lord.
but I'm glad they're happy.
Yes.
The gospel comes.
They seemed
from
stressed
silence.
last time. It was making me, anxious. Deep breath. Is that a fart?
Thank you, God, for the gift of our marriage. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you that by your death we might participate with you in a new way of being, Lord, that the way of the world is not all that's available to you and to us. Available to us in our fallenness, in our brokenness. Oh Lord, show us how the rebellion in the spiritual realm and the rebellion of our kind and our refusal to turn towards your readily available grace has caused our suffering. We don't need to do it no more. Let's today be of use. In the holy name of your Son, Jesus, amen.
Amen. Chaz and Dave made my heart race a bit too much
That's
there.
what Chaz and Dave were for. That's why,
that's
why God made Chaz and Dave.
I actually got to almost adrenalized there, like in a way that's not really helpful to Sunday service, because I've been left feeling like I've been in a nightclub.
Well, do you know much about Chaz or Dave?
I don't know nothing.
She's having like a panic attack. That's what it sounds like to me. The music wasn't that pumped. She wasn't playing like Knuck If You Buck. I think she's having like a panic attack now. I don't want to talk about the prayer. We're going to move past the prayers. Like, we've already talked the prayers to death. In fact, I will say, I think that prayer was pretty good. I'm feeling energized too now that he's back and we've had a 2-week break. I think that prayer was one of the better ones. It was very short this time too.
Been in a nightclub.
Well, do you know much about Chaz or Dave?
I don't know nothing. I know nothing about Chaz and Dave.
Chaz and Dave were a couple of like near contemporaries, funny enough. I think they were session musicians and probably done sessions for pretty good bands, but they were always regarded as, because they did songs that were about, they've done pub songs, pub rock, which is a type of folk music, actually. It's a type of folk music. And because we're coached to hate our indigenous and native culture and to consider the elevated culture of, e.g. academia, to be somehow superior to us, people kind of are encouraged to loathe themselves. Anyway, Chaz and Dave had something of a renaissance in the late 90s when the
What? Like, you mean like British people don't like British music because they're too like uppity? I guess I don't really get that, right? Like, is that what he's saying? Like, British people don't like British music, like, or is that Irish music? I guess I don't understand. Like the
Doherty and Carl Barat of the Libertines, a very cool British band, like made plain their reverence. A bit like when Kurt Cobain was openly very reverent and devoted to, or at least reverential of, Daniel Johnston.
Yes.
Texan folk singer.
We mentioned him a couple of weeks ago, actually. We were talking about, Genius.
We were talking about genius, and we were likely talking about madness, and we were likely talking about how both of those components require a sort of decoupling from the dominant system of the realm of our kind, whether
Yeah.
you call it civilization or society
Mhm.
or materialism. And Laura, I've been reading learning a lot lately, a lot.
Well, I think we probably have to. I can't get out of my head the lyrics to "Sweet Child of Mine." I can't stop thinking, like, where did you go now, right? Because the question is, where have we been? Why have we
We've had
not?
a month off, then I had a couple
Great
of weeks
question.
off.
Yeah, but we had 2 weeks off unannounced.
Right.
I just feel like that has to come with some addressing.
Go on then.
Well, we didn't actually mean to take 2 weeks off, but Russell and I were not in the same place, and we really aren't technical enough to work out. I think I sent one text about how we could maybe do a Sunday service Zoom and record it, and I think we both just couldn't handle it because we're not.
Good for her. Good for her. She needed a break. I can't blame her. She needed a break. Is that what you're getting to? Like she just needed a little bit of a break. She seems refreshed.
Have a Zoom and record it, and I think we both just couldn't handle it because we're not really that technical, and we were in different time zones. And then also we were one of our mics was broken, which while we were
Why are
traveling.
you offering like a litany of, if I may say,
Excuses.
tedious, trivial
I'll tell you
It was
why,
fine. It
because
should be
I
over.
think like I'm really grateful.
That fan ain't even facing the right
I
direction.
know it isn't because I know it isn't.
It's pointless.
Yeah.
I want to move it, and you.
All right.
Say everything you feel like you need.
I'm going to get it all out.
Justify it to a
I'm going to
different audience where you've been.
Okay.
And
I.
form whatever.
Damn, is he mad? Is he mad about this? He just like pivots into being kind of like mad so quickly, right? Like, is he like throwing a tantrum about her explaining to the audience where they've been after being gone unannounced for 2 weeks? Like he feels like she's justifying, she's making excuses or justifying it to like the unwashed masses. She's just like telling them.
Facing the
That's
right.
I know
crazy.
it isn't because that.
No, he can't be mad. I'm being judgy.
Pointless.
Yeah.
I want to move it, and you.
All right.
Say everything you feel like you need.
I'm going to get it all out.
Justify it to a
I'm gonna
different audience where you've been.
Okay.
And
I.
form whatever ritual of contrition you consider to be necessary.
Here's my
And
ritual.
for heaven's sake, make it interesting.
All right, here's my ritual. We on the day we would normally record Sunday service, we happened to be traveling, and Russell really wanted to record it in the airport, and I said, like, no.
I think it's good the kind of rapport they have, because whenever I talk about the kind of rapport that they have, I get a lot of comments from British people, I imagine middle-aged men, who tell me this is just how British middle-class people talk to each other. This is just good crack. And I guess cultural differences. I've just never met a woman who would be okay with you saying that to her in public, in front of a large audience. Make it interesting. It's just, maybe she has a really good sense of humor. I don't want to be they were too broad brushes. Yeah, I don't want to paint because I don't want to come across as misogynist. It just seems like a really, I don't know, I guess, he knows better than I do how she likes to be talked to. That just, to me, is like something I would never imagine.
The ritual of contrition you consider to be necessary.
Here's my ritual.
And for heaven's sake, make it interesting.
All right, here's my ritual. We on the day we would normally record Sunday service, we happened to be traveling, and Russell really wanted to record it in the airport, and I said, like, no, we can't. That's insane to do that, like recording it in the airport, because people will be looking and our kids are running around everywhere. And I just felt I felt like I couldn't concentrate, and I felt probably a bit shy.
And then we missed another one.
And then we missed another one because we tried to do a Zoom, but we didn't really try.
We sort of surrendered and collapsed into the inevitability
We did.
of the circumstances.
And anyway, I didn't want to, I'm not even really apologising, but I am explaining that we're now back.
Well, if I was going to do that, what I'd have done is I'd have gotten a comment and I'd have gone...
Well, I've got plenty of comments.
I'd have gotten a comment and go, where's the show gone?
Oh,
Then
well,
I'd have narrativized
give me the phone. Okay. All right, here we go.
But I'm going to, while you're doing that, I'm going to embark on what I consider to be a narrative journey of more value. But we'll see as the show unfolds.
Yeah.
Whether I was right or wrong. If I'm wrong.
It's just funny. He has I don't want to judge people's parenting skills, but like it's just funny that she has to tell him that no, we can't record a podcast in this airport because we have to watch our children. Maybe they have a nanny that travels with them, but I would believe that that's just not the case because their kids are all like really young. They're like all under 10, I think. No nanny, yeah. They'll just like take care of themselves. They'll just take care of themselves. Imagine being in the airport and you just see like 3 kids running around, probably like a 7-year-old like holding a 2-year-old in their arms, or like, you know, just playing parent. And you're like, where are these kids' parents? Are they just like right over there or something? And they're like doing a podcast. They're like filming a Christian podcast.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna embark on what I consider to be a narrative journey of more value. But we'll see as the show unfolds.
Yeah.
Whether I was right or wrong. If I'm wrong, it won't be the first, and I imagine the last time. During the time that we were separated, like our family, like me and my own, for me it was a very rich and encouraging spiritual time where I was forced to confront the nature of codependency and how, inverted commas, addiction, which is in a sense a near synonym of dependency, can happily nest in circumstances where it is not exposed by being obviously maligned. E.g., if you drink all the time and you're puking up and you're beating up your family members, problem. Or if you're becoming unhealthy as a result of your eating habits.
This can't be going where I think it's going. This simply cannot be going to where he's going to start to say that actually being away from his family makes him realize he's addicted to his family, because I would just say that's being a parent, right? But doesn't that seem where like he's going like, oh yeah, when I was away from you guys, I really started to understand that, you know, having kids and a wife is like being addicted to cocaine and is not good. No, there's no way. I'm being ungenerous. I have to be. There's no way. But it sounds like he's going that direction. I feel like I go crazy when I watch this show.
Problem. Or if you're becoming unhealthy as a result of your eating habits or your behavior, I don't know, pornography to name but one obvious thing, it's highlighted. But codependency is probably a baseline of addiction and dependency. And when I was away from my family,
bro, what is this? Bro, what is this show? No way. Did he go off on like a 2-week goon break? Did he have to like separate from his wife and kids so he could just go like goon in isolation? The look on her face was like crazy. This show makes me feel like I'm losing my mind. This show makes me feel like I can't be interpreting reality like correctly because people don't act like this. This is like how Candace feels about the text messages between Tyler Robinson and people, where it's like the people just don't act like this, but people do act like that. I'm like, people just can't act like this. Yeah, she looks mad as hell. Gosh.
Exposed by being obviously maligned. E.g., if you drink all the time and you're puking up and you're beating up your family members, problem. Or if you're becoming unhealthy as a result of your eating habits or your behavior, I don't know, pornography to name but one obvious.
Sorry, I'm going to take her face, like her expression to that, just in a real zoom in. We have to like do some kind of analysis here.
Thing. It's highlight.
Ooh. He just can't stop using this platform to embarrass her, in my opinion. I just don't think that you should embarrass your lady like that. Call me a misogynist. I don't think that like people like being treated like this, in my opinion.
But codependency is probably a baseline of addiction and dependency. And when I was away from my family, I had to rely more heavily on God. You know, like the comfort that being with you and our children brings, stripped away. I had to be in London, and I went from being, as you know, in a very, very beautiful, peaceful but powerful environment where you don't know actually in the same way that if you're in a garden, or the same way if you're in a womb with all your needs met. until you're expelled, you don't know what it is that you may have garnered, if it is indeed a second womb, a second birth. And I actually did pretty well in London. I had a pretty amazing time spiritually. Like, I was obviously there for some important meetings with regard to what's happening in October in our country. And I was also took the opportunity, by God's grace, to go on some. I met up with Jay, John, and Killy, our friends.
Just two things. It's crazy because that kind of means he was in London at the exact same time I was. I didn't run into him. I don't think I ran into him, but we would have been in London around the same time. Second, she looks hella pissed now. I can't help but notice the vibe of this whole episode has immediately took a downward turn, right? They started off like dancing. They started off like having a good time. And now like it is crazy. Like her face has not had a smile on it, especially since the pornography comment.
Great spiritual teachers. I met up with, I went to the Brompton Oratory. Oh man,
Beautiful.
I had a great time. Me and brother Joe McCann. And I tell you, Laura, it's really encouraged me with my thoughts of starting. There's two things are on my mind now. One, shall I become Catholic? Two, shall we start a holy order? And it seemed to be the kind of things.
Okay.
What's wrong with starting a holy order?
Oh, I don't know why we need to start something.
Got to start a podcast, start a holy order, start a family.
Well, you're right. There's
start a business.
There's many startups there you've listed. But, you know, me, I like to fall into a rhythm that's been set to some degree. But
give us a kiss.
Give me a kiss there, because this is not a.
Do you think Chaz and Dave are still linking?
Oh, yeah, I do.
I still think I'm on the old Kent
Actually,
Road.
do you know
Give
what?
us a kiss, darling.
He's leaning on the table with his elbows. Oh, give us a kiss.
Also, you look like a barmaid. Look at you like for a medieval barmaid.
I'd say barmaid.
This show is crazy. This show is crazy because like there'll be people who watch this who really can't understand like what is happening here, and they'll just think that this is totally normal and not strange. Like, like, is this not the craziest shit? This show is hard to watch, baby. The tension in this room is crazy, and some people will literally comment, "I don't know what you mean. This seems normal." We just have to watch this again. We have to let this wash over us again. This is crazy work.
There's many startups there you've listed. But, you know, me, I
literally always forget how bad these are. Like, I always forget how bad these are and how hard the vibes are to misrepresent. Because I always second guess myself. I always go like, no, he's going to lose the sauce. The juice is going to be gone. But then you watch, you're like, this is one of the hardest watches perhaps we ever engage in on the show.
Start holy order.
Yeah,
start a family.
He's starting a cult now.
Well, you're right.
Start a business.
There's many startups there you've listed.
But he doesn't finish things,
but, you
right?
know, I like to fall into a rhythm that's been set
not
to some
supportive.
degree. But
give us a kiss.
Give me a kiss there, because this is not a.
Do you think Chaz and Dave
Not a
are
what?
still linking?
Oh, yeah, I do.
A happy home.
Actually, do you know
Give us
what?
a kiss, darling.
He's leaning on the table with his elbows. Oh, give us a kiss.
Also, you look like a barmaid. Look at you like for a medieval barmaid.
I'd say barmaid.
Yeah, put her down.
Victorian here. Soften
her a bit.
All right.
Feminise her. Don't make it so brusque.
All right.
Think Nancy from
Yeah, no,
Oliver
actually,
Twist.
to be honest. Oh, Nancy from Oliver Twist.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, who were you doing?
Nell Drew.
No. Nancy.
Okay.
Think of a sort of a feminine.
Well, now Nancy's a bit more like this.
No, her heart's open.
Her heart's open.
Closing her heart.
But she's in a pretty difficult codependent relationship.
She gets murdered by Bill Sykes.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not holding it up as a model of a
but
good
she's
relationship.
a lovely song.
That's it.
Lovely. Is that the song?
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
As long as he needs me.
I mean, but the problem
that's
is...
that's the codependence.
That's the word.
Anthem.
That is literally... I'm going to bring up the lyrics and read it in my coda meeting.
You should.
All right, I will. I will do that.
Because but Bill Sykes, especially when played by Ollie Reed, what a catch.
But yes, I do feel like we're still Chaz and Daving our way through the Sunday service.
Well, part of the beauty of Sunday service is that hopefully we can hold esoteric theological points, such as one might learn when at the tomb of St. Philip Neri of Rome, a early Renaissance or mid-Renaissance saint who, through his caroming, picaresque travels through Rome, gathered a coterie and flock of vagabonds, and the oratory began when he would bring them back to his place, where there was a priestly order where each priest just done their own thing. Like one priest might be doing, I don't know, a food kitchen, one priest might be doing something for orphans and widows. And our man, St. Philip Neri, he was just everyone to hang out,
he'll stop eventually,
chat, sing some prayers, like have a hymnal. People might doze off. I saw N.T. Wright saying, how do we, as the Apostle Paul advocates, ensure unity and holiness? And the tension between unity and holiness, i.e., you can have unity if you have a very permissive church, because you just go, yeah, everyone do what you want. Oh, that's okay, no problem, do what you want. Or if you have holiness, you could just keep splitting the church again and again as people focus on some individual principle, become more and more mendicant, more and more renunciate, more and more devout. But how do you, as Paul, the great saint, and many say man and saint who established Christian theology, how do you hold together holiness and unity? Well, I would say with a kind of a decentralized model of subsidiarity, where each community is populated by people to participate in it willingly, volitionally, giving their labours, like Romans 12 style, each of us being, some person being the ears, someone being the eyes, people bringing what they got to it. But the broader church is made up of many.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel the same way she's feeling. Sometimes I worry when I go on too long, I start to sound like Russell Brand, but then I get the good sense to just stop talking and go like, okay, we've lost our train of thought. Let's refocus. She's done listening. I think that first little bit really pissed her off, in my opinion. I don't know what they have going on with like his pornography addiction, if that's like the big point between them, like if he's like some kind of like psycho gooner now, but that really soured her mood.
12 style, each of us being, some person being the ears, someone
really
being
easy to stop
the
talking.
eyes, people bringing what they got to it.
Okay,
but the broader church is made up of many communities that have their own focus. Obviously, the plain things are the main things type stuff.
I think one week I might have mentioned that an acquaintance in Australia had told me that in her community she's doing something called something like kitchen table church or something, where they sort of meet up, share a meal, have discussions, and it's led by presumably whoever's hosting that week. And I do like that. When I'm, remember when we were asked, do you want to go to that sermon? It's maybe going to be under an oak tree.
Yeah.
I was into that.
I'd love to go to a sermon under an oak tree.
Yeah, that would have been nice. We never went, but that would have been nice. This actually reminds me, when I was younger, and I really can't remember where this is, but maybe someone, but it would have to be someone in England, might remember this.
Give me some of that.
I want some of that. When I was at school, there was a school trip once, and we went to watch Bible stories acted outside somewhere rural, right? This is the thing.
Is that what it said on the flyer?
I think so, probably.
Bible stories acted outside
somewhere rural.
No time wasters, please.
Yeah, basically. I feel like I want to remember where that is because it was really, really evocative. I remember it now.
What ones did they do?
Do you think that she's allowed to interrupt him? She never seems to interrupt him. And I mean, he can't even let her get through a 10-second story without needing to like in some way interject himself. Actually, I need you to pass me that drink. Actually, can I ask you a follow-up question before you finish your point? Actually, I have a little comment to make. Actually. And I mean, this is a conversation meant for public consumption. I know it makes might make you seem like might make me seem like I'm being churlish because I interrupt things a lot. But to me, it just feels like he's so much less respectful of her talking than she's expected to be of him. Because if she interrupts him, he gets all pouty for like an hour. But like he literally can't let her get a single thought finished before he has to interject somewhere. Look, I'm not trying to be rude. Like, look, you can hear it. Like, it's not just me noticing. It's
Yeah,
very clear.
basically. I feel like I want to remember where that is because it was really, really evocative. I remember it now.
What ones did they do?
They would do. I think they had like real sheep and stuff. Like it was. I mean, I think it was I feel like it was many of the most prominent Bible
David and Goliath?
stories. No, I don't remember that. I remember it was. There was a
Needed
Jesus.
giant
There was
for
a
that.
Jesus because he was walking through, and I remember there was maybe streams with little bridges. There was a hill, like Henman Hill or whatever. You know that vibe where people are sitting on the hill.
It's a weird reference.
Yeah, because I'm thinking of. I feel like it might have been in Wimbledon. That's probably where it was, somewhere like that. Anyway,
Do you want to explain what Hemman Hill is now?
at Wimbledon, is it not called that?
Yeah.
Okay, at
Was 20
Wimbledon,
years ago, but
right? Tim Henman, the tennis player. There was a hill.
British.
Yes, all right. British tennis player that's quite famous. All right.
Years ago.
A hill
In
at Wimbledon where you can watch the tennis at Wimbledon on Henman Hill. And the hill went like that, so everyone's sitting up the hill. I'm not saying it wasn't because the action wasn't up high. The reason I use the reference of Henman Hill is the audience was sort of up high, I guess. And it wasn't Regent's Park Theatre, and it wasn't like that, but it was something with Bible stories played outside, and it was really, really nice. And I really remember it.
What's interesting, he was referring to something when you were 14, probably.
Young,
17,
yeah.
12,
Yeah.
So, I mean, I didn't even start at the beginning of her talking, and he interrupted her 9 times just in the section that I just chose there. If I had gone back to the beginning, it would have easily exceeded 10 times, all of the fingers on both of my hands. And I didn't even count the instances where she prompted him to interject, because there were a few in there where she turned to him and actively, tried to elicit some kind of response for him. But that was like once or twice. And so, again, maybe it's just me, but I started counting and I thought to myself, this bit is not going to even work because he's going to stop interrupting. And by God, he could not stop interrupting. Isn't that crazy? I was sure that I'm going to hold this one fucking finger up. I'm going to look like an asshole. I'm going to have to play it off like I'm just holding the finger up for no reason. But you know what? I guess I'm not the asshole. No, I'm just one of the assholes.
What's interesting, he was referring to something when you were 14, probably.
Young,
17,
yeah.
12,
Yeah,
9.
between the ages of 14 and 18.
So I would remember the stories. You remember the geography and the background.
The feeling.
This is Age of Attraction. I'm sorry.
I remember.
We have to back up because that can't go in the clip. But I couldn't help myself. I guess we all get a little Russell Brandy sometimes and have to interject. But I just the Russell Bell. Everyone was thinking it, so I had to say it.
What's interesting, he was referring to something when you were 14, probably.
Young,
17,
yeah.
12,
Yeah,
9.
between the ages of 14 and 18.
So I would remember the stories. You remember the geography and the background.
The feeling.
I remember.
Yeah.
I would remember the stories, I'm sure.
I remember there was probably at points quite a lot of giggling because I think that the men were wearing probably robes. There was probably some bare chests. And a teenager watching things like that.
You weren't objectifying.
I think there might have been
a disciple, or maybe even our Lord himself.
I think there probably might have been a bit of that, actually, a bit of objectification by a group of school teenagers. But who knows, I would say that the memories, though, are the feeling of it being outside and being very, very lovely sort of pastures. And I think some real sheep and streams, and it's very, very, and I think the feeling of sort of outdoorness and the idea of having a sermon in the outdoors. You said something about like a glass chapel in the middle of some woods. Just as, wouldn't it be nice if you could see nature, I don't mean this in the pagan sense.
That's a lovely image.
Yeah, no, I know you said it on the way to church. Wouldn't it be nice if there were like windows and a roof? And anyway, I can't remember exactly what we're talking about. And then I actually did find there is apparently a chapel somewhere in America maybe it's on the west side of America, there is a glass chapel that you can visit somewhere in beautiful woodland where you can go to services, and it's absolutely stunning. I'll have to find it unless someone in the comments knows what I'm talking about. Apparently you can go and visit it, and it's unbelievably beautiful, and it's glass, and you can see nature around you. So really what I'm talking about is the positioning of that meeting of nature and God, but not paganism, but the appreciation of God's creation all around you. And the reason I say this, and this idea of tabletop, kitchen table sermons, and you saying that Philip Neri, is it?
Saint Philip Neri and the oratory, yeah.
And the oratory. Are you saying that he did not stay in one place? He moved around and created sermons wherever he was?
His oratory was always back at their residence there where the priests lived.
Brompton.
But by day, no, Brompton is where one of the after the Holy Order was established in Rome, different people set up various
right, this is in Rome. Got it.
Iterations of it. But my point about St. Philip Neri was his lack of formality, his intimacy while wandering them streets. And the key point it was making about him is that people thought because he was warm and garrulous and playful that he might lack ascetic kudos, i.e. he might be a little too flamboyant and not taking God seriously. But those that lived in his house knew that by day he only ate like a little handful of grain every day and a handful of olives, and all night he prayed down in the catacombs with the dead Christian martyrs down there underneath Rome. So he lived a life that was wholly devout, and I was very inspired by reading about this man. And the reason it was good was because me and brother Joe there, we went. The oratory is near Holy Trinity, Brompton, one of the most important churches, one might say, in contemporary British Christianity and maybe even beyond, because the Alpha movement, substantially generated and at least popularised by Nicky Gumbel, was revitalised Christianity in the 90s in prisons, in a variety of places, and actually worldwide. And he's been a sort of significant influence also in our faith journey as Nicky and Pippa and some people that are around him, like Michael Emmett, God rest his soul. And these two churches, the Brompton Oratory, very traditional in its way, Catholic order, and the Protestant, very progressive guitars, kind of nice, open, come as you are type of version of a church. The two of them, we parked behind them off Brompton Road, which is pretty near where Harrods is in Knightsbridge. And Joe said, I think the front door's this way, let's walk around. And I said, I think the front door's this way, let's go this way. And we walked off in the way that I suggested. But Joe was right and I was wrong. So I said, why don't we climb over this wall? And we'll be in there. And climbed over.
Do you think she's listening to him? I don't know. Usually I kind of get the sense from her that she actually is, but I don't know. Her vibe has really kind of shifted. Maybe since they were away from each other for a while, maybe just from that like one beginning of the video. But like she just doesn't seem to like look at him the same way anymore. She's almost looking at him like he used to look at her in those previous videos. Like she's given a lot of like, yeah, look at this asshole energy. She's leaning away, leaning away, like her like jaws clenched. He's just rambling. I'm not really listening to what he's saying. I'm mostly like just looking for her reaction. She knows he was having a genuine wank in the London hotel. Like, do you think something happened while they were away from each other? I mean, besides just him being annoying about the Sunday service and like not respecting the fact that she had to take care of her kids without him, or like anything else that could have possibly happened related to like the comment about pornography. But like, yeah, she just seems like, I don't know. The wind is out of her sails here.
I'm off Brompton Road, which is pretty near where Harrods is in Knightsbridge. And Joe said, I think the front door's this way, let's walk around. And I said, I think the front door's this way, let's go this way. And we walked off in the way that I suggested. But Joe was right and I was wrong. So I said, why don't we climb over this wall? And we'll be in there. And climbed over the wall, we jumped in, and we were in an astonishing garden back there, like the size of half a football field, which always is it's a joy, isn't it, in the midst of a city to encounter a wide open space.
Do you remember when we used to do As the Crow Flies? We would walk just straight, even if it meant you had to walk straight over a wall. We went into the Barbican, didn't we? That was amazing. And the one that I'm thinking of was Chelsea Flower Show.
I hurt myself on my bag.
It was my bag.
Even worse. We weren't married yet, were we?
Oh no, we weren't married. And I feel like you were carrying my bag, And I think as you went over the gate, I think it like knocked. That's probably
Actually,
also.
I'm still angry about that, and I want to go into it.
Okay, go on.
Because As the Crow Flies was a game we had, which is like, let's go in a straight line, and if there are obstacles, we'll surmount them. And it led to me sort of climbing lots of walls and stuff. And then when me and Laura got together, I was like, hey, we might want to do this thing I do. It's called As the Crow Flies. You go in a straight line, and then like if there's an obstacle, you got to get round it.
I had to buy sneakers.
I
just
bought you those sneakers.
He had to
Don't
buy
cut all of my kindness out of the story. Yeah, we'll leave that on the floor. You should work for the Crown Prosecution Service. Yeah, leave that bit.
Okay,
That's no good.
hold on. He had to buy.
He didn't have to buy. He, out of love, chose to buy
some really cool bright orange trainers, sneakers.
Now we're getting somewhere.
All right, you bought me some orange.
You should work for the people who are prosecuting me for sexual assault. You should work for the Crown Prosecution Services. Crazy stuff. He has a great sense of humor. He makes me laugh every episode.
There's an obstacle, you got to get round it.
I had to buy sneakers.
I bought you those sneakers.
He had
Don't
to buy
cut all of my kindness out of the story. Yeah, we'll leave that on the floor. You should work for the Crown Prosecution Service. Yeah, leave that bit.
Okay,
That's no good.
hold on. He had to buy.
He didn't have to buy. He, out of love, chose to buy
some really cool bright orange trainers, sneakers.
Now we're getting somewhere.
All right, you bought me some orange sneakers.
Did that hurt? Was that bad? Was that
No,
hard
it
to
was
admit?
lovely. Although I think they gave me blisters.
Oh.
I'm joking.
Oh, Lord.
That was a joke.
Strengthen us, Father.
That was a joke. That
Show
was
us how
a
to
joke.
suffer. I see now why you're a single man. God.
Okay, carry on.
Just a joke. It's also funny. You know, I think a couple with a good sense of humor is a couple that lasts a long time. I think a couple that has a good sense of humor about stuff like that is a couple that lasts a long time. Let's hear it again.
He, out of love, chose to buy
some really cool bright orange trainers, sneakers.
Now we're getting somewhere.
All right, you bought me some orange sneakers.
Did that hurt? Was that bad? Was that
No,
hard
it
to
was
admit?
lovely. Although I think they gave me blisters.
Oh.
I'm joking.
Oh, Lord.
That was a joke.
Strengthen us,
That
Father.
was a joke. That
Show
was
us how
a
to
joke.
suffer. I see now.
You see that right there? That's the reaction that you have when like someone makes a lot of jokes about you. Like that someone like, you know, you're with somebody who like makes a lot of jokes about you and needs you to have a really good sense of humor about yourself, but doesn't like for you to like ever make a joke about them. And so like, you know, you have to engage in that kind of like assuaging of their like tantrum. I get accused of being like that. And I don't really think that I am, but I do get accused of being like that. I love a good joke at my expense. I think some people just don't like the idea of a joke at their own expense being taken poorly.
It was lovely. Although I think
That's
they
how I
gave me
recognize
blisters.
it.
Oh.
I'm joking.
Oh, Lord.
That was a joke.
Strengthen us,
That
Father.
was a joke. That
Show
was
us how
a
to
joke.
suffer. I see now why you're a single man. God.
Okay, carry on.
So, like that moment there, I remember because I just then got
God's
a
not
flash
single.
of
He's
a
in us
thing that
all.
still exists in the dynamic of our relationship, and remember the theme that I've established or like was hoping to explore was that in our separation, I learned to love you more, learned to love our family more, learned to realize what it is that the family does for me, as well as allowing God to heal some of the wounds and abrasions that sometimes don't get uncovered because they're swathed in the love and distractions of family life. To have them exposed to the coruscating sun just for a moment brought to the forefront these wounds and gave them a chance to heal. When you and I first got back together there and did things like As the Crow Flies, walk in a straight line, see where you end up, and we ended up in peculiar places. I lived in East London then, and we would end up in the Barbican, a sort of a somewhat modern cultural centre and set of controlled rent houses in London. We ended up in places with ducks and whatnot. And one time while doing it in Chelsea, we came across the Chelsea Flower Show, which as I recall was not set up yet, was being set up and weren't open to the public yet. And we climbed through it. Now, what I know is that you the whole time would have been going, we shouldn't be doing this, we shouldn't be doing this, this is dangerous, we shouldn't be doing this, shouldn't be doing this. And I would have, instead of being able to put my focus into the present moment, would have been assuaging continually your unnecessary, in my view, fears, but this is the tension within which our relationship exists and within which, praise God, our children are happily raised because they have a protective, diligent and observant mother and a father that's like, well, what about if we do this? What about if this is possible? What does God want? Never, never, never yielding to the authority of man, but yielding always to the holy authority of God. Anyway, I remember I was distracted. I remember that I did bring your bag, which I think had a laptop in it.
It did have a laptop because I was a restaurant manager at the time.
You're a little...
What a funny thing to say, like never yielding to the authority of man right before you're going to be tried for, like, you know, various crimes. Like, I only yield to the authority of God. That's almost like a soft citizen position. Yeah, no. What a yap fest that was. A lot of little digs thrown in there. I mean, I'm sure you noticed all of that. A lot of little digs thrown in there. A lot of little, you know, boosts of his own ego, et cetera, et cetera. It's very, like, you know, very, I think, routine. It's hard to miss, actually.
Your bag, which I think had a laptop in it.
It did have a laptop because I was a restaurant manager at the time.
You're a little nerd. And I swung that bag and it bashed me in the jaw. And it's interesting how you learn, like, you know, like Zen masters teach meditation by like whacking
Oh,
it.
yeah. But that sounds awful.
Well,
but okay.
Lands the message.
All
I've
right.
never forgotten that Chelsea Flower show. Never forgotten it.
No, I remember the handbag. It wasn't everything. I seem to remember you. I think you were a bit upset that I had a laptop in my bag, but I think I might have come from work, and it was like, you know, I do remember the whole thing, but it was magical. The point was that through these, it was a magical experience to discover this sort of garden, if you know, whatever it was, especially something like the Chelsea Flower Show, which obviously is orchestrated to look a certain way, but it was being set up. It was nighttime. And it just looked stunning, and it was in these walls and fences, and it was magical, I think, wouldn't you say? The sort of
It led to magic.
It led to magic.
And here's a bit of scripture that underwrites it. Romans 12.
Well, you found that very quickly.
Pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
Therefore, I urge you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a real point of contention in their household that he has a hard time finding scriptures fast enough, and she has to boost his ego about it.
You say the sort of
it led to magic.
It led to magic.
And here's a bit of scripture that underwrites it.
Good job, Russell.
Romans 12.
Well, you found that very quickly.
Pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
Therefore, I urge you. Thank you, my wife. Thanks for the encouragement. Therefore, I urge you, brothers and sisters, in view of God's mercy, to offer your bodies as a living sacrifice.
No, we can't do any more of this. This was a very difficult watch. This show gets better every week. He hasn't gotten his subscriber count back up. What a 25 minutes. My gosh. He's so good at looking things up now. Yeah, he'll never get that wrong. That like traumatized him. You got to imagine that like behind the scenes, he's constantly talking about that thing at home, because there's no way that his ego has not been permanently bruised by that particular incident. And the fact that it's happening at a time where people are just generally not feeling him means that there's no way for it to really just like, you know, heal over, like scab over. And so he's definitely probably like constantly bringing it up. How many views on this? 18,000 people watched it, not so much as it aired live. But you know what? That's her fault. If they had done one from the airport, people would have really watched that one. It would have been really good. I would have loved that one too. He really wanted to make a spectacle of them at the airport, because imagine what that would have also meant, because he's Russell Brand. And so if they had just found some place, probably semi-public, to record a podcast, more and more people would have noticed who he was. And then it would have been like, there's Russell Brand, and that must be his wife. And have you heard what he's up to? Ooh. Crazy stuff. You want to see what's going on at the end? Want to see if they get any more affectionate? They read a lot of Bible stuff after they get through with their banter at the beginning. Let's see. Maybe they have a reconciliation. I don't want to come across as ungenerous. MGJ Trillium Falcon, thank you for the $5 super chat. And to think you were going to stall us out on these two theologians. I know, right? I feel bad.
To that Oliver Twist song, and I'm going to really analyze it. This is Justin Whitmore Early, Habits of the Household, Practicing the Story of God in Everyday Family Rhythms, a helpful book for the season. Russell, will you pray us out of the
why
show.
don't you start us? Why don't you start it?
Okay.
But
if they're going to be praying, I'm going to turn it off.
There'll be only a certain amount of this that you can play before it messes with, we'll have to.
Oh no, if they're just going to play, if they're going to play some like copyrighted music and pray, I'm going to leave because there's definitely no incentive for me to allow that to happen. Crazy stuff. That was very revealing. I don't know. I think that we got a lot of foreshadowing in this one, folks. A lot of talk about separation and codependency and, distance, et cetera, et cetera. No, he's going to play like some song and get the whole stream copyrighted. Let's do a few chats and get out of here. I need to set up the raid. First, I have to switch back to my normal account. Gosh. It's funny that he came back, especially just to make this episode. You think that one was weird? It felt a little weird. But I sometimes, even once it's over, maybe like he isn't so bad at gaslighting, but I do feel like I'm doing a lot of the work myself because even once it's over, I just sometimes can't help but feel like I was being too judgy. Like, because in the moment, it feels very, very like, obvious. It feels very, very like gross and like completely hard to miss. But then like once it's over and I'm like not looking at it, I'm like, maybe I was being dramatic. Maybe I was being overly sensitive. But certainly, I may not, even in second guessing myself, I do remember feeling that way at the time. I don't think I'm really like being gaslit so much as it is like it's so obvious and so like transparent that I sometimes just second guess that it's possible. Like if anything could be so on the nose. Taking AoE, I'm taking splash damage. It's a cognito hazard. I guess some of you though like grew up in households like that, not to be like overly personal, but I'm sure some of you grew up in households like that or around people like that and you're like, "Oh no, Brandon, it's actually exactly like you're interpreting it and it's probably even like 3,000 times worse behind the scenes." MR Live with guests Daniel Bessner and Elijah Manley. See, the left has people on it whose name is like Manley, as opposed to like the right, who have people like Lindsey Graham. Well, I guess not anymore. Oh, we should definitely check in with Mark Wayne Mullen. There have been so many natural disasters. We definitely should check in to see what's going on with like the person in charge of disseminating support for those. You reminded me. All right, we'll do a few chats and then get out of here. Literally only as many as it takes to finish the countdown. Can you imagine being married to Russell Brand? It seems very hazardous to your emotional health, to be honest. Just like trap him in his goon cave. It's 10 a.m. I got to go into work now. Have a nice day at work, Jouseroni. I always get here early, but linger till the last possible sec. Don't be late for work listening to my stream. Or you can if you want. I'm not your manager. I'm just telling you. I can remind you if you want next time. If you guys tell me what time it is, I'll be like, okay. Brandon, you apparently have to go into your streamer settings and tell Twitch not to feed your streams to AI. Oh, yeah, you reminded me. I'll do that. I don't know how much that's going to help. They'll probably do it anyway, but I definitely going to not consent. That feels like those boomer Facebook disclaimers, like I do not consent for my post to be used for legal purposes, but doesn't really matter. All right, folks, take it easy, keep it greasy. Bye-bye.